Hello.
Good day, good afternoon, good evening, grand rising, whatever time you're watching this. If you're watching it live, it is now 2:37 Greenwich Mean Time, which means it is 4:37 in Israel, where my friend Nia is right now. My Israeli friend Nia.
Mhm.
And yeah, how are you doing there?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. How are you, Rich?
I'm all
Good
right,
as
mate.
always to be here on Sundays. Became like my special habit, like to occupy or I don't know, broadcasting over here on your channel, and it's lovely always. And today we're gonna speak about I know important stuff. So yeah,
Well, yeah. The ramifications of it are important.
yeah.
Definitely.
No,
The actual subject itself has to be one of the most least important things in the entire earth. Um,
but
aside from the importance that it has, that
yeah.
isn't what people think it is, kind of thing. You know?
Yeah, no, but the importance of it, it's of course it's relevantly and everything. But
Mm.
yeah, I will try to make its importance. And actually, if you are like going against the importance of it, you're going against the narrative, Richie. Are you going
Yeah. Oh,
against the
yeah.
narrative? Are
No,
you that kind of guy?
that's why. Right. What I haven't made myself clear. What I mean is, it's important, but most people don't really appreciate why it's important. They think it's important for completely the wrong reasons.
Okay. So, what are we talking about? Just to be clear for like the audience over
Football,
here, maybe like
football,
introduction shout out for
the
the
World
chat room,
Cup,
whatever. Yeah. Oh,
the big event where a bunch of closet homosexual soy boys running around, kicking a ball, getting paid millions to basically suck each other's dicks afterwards in the changing room. But yeah, that's what we're
yeah,
talking about, isn't it? The World
yeah,
Cup.
yeah. You described it nicely, I would say, but it's starting from a very low
Mate, I
point.
feel very strongly about football. Very,
Yeah,
very
yeah,
strongly.
yeah.
Oh, did you not
I
know
will.
that? Did you not know?
Yeah, I will explain. I will explain my perspective, and I will say that why I am like agreeing with your level of hate, because
Mm.
of the process that I kind of like went through throughout my life, and that led me to this point and to this show exactly for me to explain everything which is related with me and football, and I guess with the World Cup and with the gay players in the locker room. And yeah, sure, everything will be out here on the open today.
Okay.
So
Okay,
shout out to
man.
the chat room, whatever I know
I
ritual that
don't
you're
think
doing
we've
over
even
here in
got
this
anybody
show.
watching. We
Oh,
haven't even got anybody watching right now, mate, because YouTube is a big sack of shit.
oh.
But there we go, you know.
Okay. Anyway, so we will start anyway, and talking about the World Cup. And as I told you, I will start that with my history with football. I think in the age of like with playing football, when I was a kid, I was the fattest kid in class, so they always put me in the goal, like to be the goalkeeper. So I didn't get to touch really much of like fame, but like when I was like 10, 11, 12, something like that, started watching football, and like my brother and my father were highly like football fans over here. For like a team called Maccabi Tel Aviv. It's one of the main known teams in soccer, in like football in Israel, and also like in basketball. The team of Maccabi Tel Aviv is very well known in Europe. And like when I started watching the shows, I used to go to the games. Go to mixing always with the like really wild crowd over there behind the gates, and it was like also times that there weren't like any seats. There were like only like concrete steps over there, and there was like wild times. I remember like my team used to won like really good championships over here, like in Israel. I never was. Uh, the only football that was really interesting besides the Israeli football was was the actually the English football. I really liked the English teams, and like I was like interested in that in like for a few years. But mainly like I liked Israeli football because it was so amateur like. Okay, it was so I kind of like the I always say that it's the greatest symbol of our state. Okay, how football looks like. Well, so amateur, and so this is really reflecting how this state is running in all aspects. Yeah, Rich.
Do you not? Do you not feel that in a way that amateur, um, like the lack of skill, the lack of concentrated skill that the players have gives it a certain air of authenticity?
Yeah.
Because I feel like I'd much rather watch, you know, a B team or a low ranking, um, not Premiership,
Mhm.
those teams, because their heart seems to be in it a lot more.
Yeah.
And there's just this, it's more authentic. Once you get up into the Premiership and into these, these multi-millionaire soy boys that are running around with their stupid $300 haircuts and, and shaving their legs and stuff. Um, that's when it starts becoming really fake, really
Why
just
are you always getting to the sexual part? I don't get it. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Okay, don't worry. Listen, I was just like I was telling you that I was enjoying the Israeli football, and I was a fan for about like 30 years. Like I consider myself for like 30 years out of my life, like a hardcore fan. For like 15 years, I used to go to all the matches, like outside and home matches, and like I really had a good time. I remember, and but
mm.
like it
I mean,
was
honestly, Near a
yeah.
lot of it for me, a lot of it is because my I never bonded with my dad. My dad hated football, and I just never got into it. I never got into it. I wasn't good at playing it. I was good at rugby, and I liked rugby, but football was just all I saw ever since I was a kid, ever since I was young, a child. Sorry, I don't like that word, kid. Ever since I was a child, all I saw was a bunch of pussies running around, like falling over and crying when they got kicked. Well,
Mm.
and taken down. And they say, "Oh no, this is all part of the tactics. It's all part of the tactics." What? Basically, being a cheat is part of
Yeah,
the tactics.
yeah,
Cheating is part of the tactics of football. I don't want to
yeah,
play. I don't want anything to do with the game that you know relies so much on basically cheating.
yeah. No, yeah, it's. I will touch with that later regarding the drama. Okay, the drama aspect of all this theater that we are
Well, because
seeing.
they're all
Okay,
drama queens.
yeah, no,
That's why.
a lot of drama is, but I think that the whole. You see, sometimes when you watch a football match and you see like a player approaching to the referee and he like yells at him and like waves with his hands and things like that, it looks stupid, right? It looks stupid because
Just
it's a
looks like
bad
a gay man
acting.
trying to be hard.
It's a bad
That's all.
acting. Okay,
Looks
this is
like a
what it
gay
is.
man trying to be tough. That's what
Yeah,
it
yeah,
looks
yeah,
like
something
to
like
me.
that. It's just a bad acting. Okay, it's supposed
Yeah.
to act like a pissed off person right now, but it doesn't do that very well, so it looks stupid. This is what I
Mm.
figured out last night when I watched this England France
Theatre.
game. Yeah. Anyway,
Because it's theatre.
sorry.
That's
Yeah,
all it
theater.
is theatre. Yeah,
Yeah,
go on.
and I will tell you that for all these years, I kind of when I was like a fan, I didn't like I noticed every once in a while like all kinds of like lies popping up out of this thing from not still with like a truther's vision or something like that, but I kind of noticed something is weird in all kinds of like things. There were like all kinds of like scandals that they sold matches over here. And all kinds of like weird events that kind of like made me to believe that they are kind of like setting up the scores like before the match in some way. This is kind of like the feeling that I had, but And once I became the truther or whatever, came into the truther's way, I kind of like started less and less, paying attention to football. It was less caring for me because I suddenly, felt that there's like a big lie over there, and I can't like cooperate with it, okay, anymore. It couldn't
Yeah.
be right in my system, and starting, less and less be interested in that, and then suddenly COVID came. Okay, COVID came, and on that, and if you remember, during COVID, it was like everybody yelled that they should like close the football, and suddenly I don't know, it was like here in Israel they kind of like let the football teams go and continue on their leagues and finish up and whatever in some like weird way. Uh, that somehow they won't be contagious to each other once they are like playing, okay, there won't be any
Mm.
crowd,
Yeah.
but the players can't contain one another. Doesn't make sense. They're like sweating on each other, and anyway.
Not
So
wearing masks. Not
yeah,
wearing
no
masks.
mask, no
Like
mask.
playing together, getting changed in the changing rooms and all the other stuff that they get up to. And yeah, and
Yeah,
no crowds. The
and no
people that the
crowd.
game is actually for. The game's
Yeah,
actually for the spectators, not for the people participating in it. And they weren't even there.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it got into really ridiculous levels that I remember, they were like in the year of the COVID, the first waves. They finished up the league, and Maccabi Tel Aviv, my team, they won the championship that year, and they won like a really good championship. I remember, and at the end of there was like a crowning match or whatever that they supposed to be like crowned as the champions, and over there it was of course no crowd, and once they got to the ceremony, they set up like individual podiums to each one of the players, 6 feet, 2 meters apart from each other. That they will all be like in their own little stands, and will wave the little plate that they gave them.
Mm.
And and when I saw that, I saw that they're like agreeing to this nonsense after like they ran with each other like for 90 minutes and whatever. And it's kind of like it showed me, whoa, come on, you are like cooperating with this ridiculous thing. Come on, you're supposed to be like football players, someone to admire, sports
Mm.
person, spirit, whatever. Yeah. So no, you're like acting like a bunch of pussies over here in the COVID. Yeah. And
Oh, but did any of your players do what our players for the England team do? An absolutely shameful act. Each one of them should be thrashed for doing
what?
it. Should be bent over a table and thrashed until their buttocks bleed for what they've done when they take the knee. When they stand, they all take the knee. They all get down and take the knee, all based on the porn star drug addict that died because he'd taken a fentanyl overdose or something, and he ended up having a heart attack, and then they blamed it on the police officer that had his knee on his neck. What was his
Oh yeah.
name?
What's his
Oh
name?
yeah, something. Your gay site manager, wasn't it? Something like that.
I don't
That was
remember the
his
case,
name.
but
I'm not
yeah,
going
I
to
don't know.
say it. I'm not going to say it on the channel just in case there's a
Yeah,
just in
you
case
can.
there's a
But anyway, you can understand right away that the football in every country are like cooperating with the government, with whatever government
yeah.
is doing. It's like one of its it's arm of entertainment, okay,
Hmm.
of the government. And you see that they're all like aligning perfectly with whatever government restrictions at the time,
I think it's because
uh,
they all at various times in the year line up, bend over, and get to take their shafting from the government. So
yeah.
you know,
So anyway, this was like the actual moment. Oh, in that ceremony, after they all waved like the small plates, like the captains went over to wave like the big cup, and once they waved the big cup, so everybody went over from the little podiums to the big stage, and they celebrated together. So yeah, what's going? So anyway, this whole thing seems like so weird to me. And in that moment, I decided, I kind of like told myself, "Oh, well, I'm not following this charade anymore." And for the last, I think, 2 or 3 years, almost like trying to avoid as much as possible, like to I don't know, to get that. It's kind of like hard because my father and my brother are still like football fans, and my little son and all of that. But anyways, it brought me to think a little bit closer once it got into this World Cup that we're witnessing at this time. And I try to follow kind of like the preparations for it, and just to hear the vibes about what's gonna be, and I told myself that I'm gonna try to look at this World Cup with my suspicious truther's eye, whatever conspiracy, ultra violent, whatever level that I can think of, and try to see what is this lie that I am like feeling inside, this World Cup, this whole branch of the sport, this whole football thing, because it is. I know that you don't like it and everything, but it is the most popular sport in the world. It's there's no question about it, and it causes people to I know to I will say like that, to sell their lives, okay, for their
Can I
teams and things like that.
can I
Sure.
point something out? Can I point
What?
something out?
What?
The media is extremely good at making everybody believe that things are really big and that everybody loves it. And I don't believe for 1 second that there's as many people as we're led to believe that actually love football as much as as much as we're led to believe that they do. The amount of people that like football does not, to me, justify completely taking over the airwaves with it like they do. Completely, they do you know how much money financially, how much money I've lost in the last 10 years thanks to football games being scheduled, at whatever, the time, the 9 o'clock and 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. And my gig's getting cancelled, like not even being told. I turn up at my gig and they say, "Oh yeah, sorry, forgot to tell you there's football tonight. No gig tonight." Oh, okay. So that's another €100 I've lost. That's another £100. That's another £100. I've lost thousands, thanks to this like sad,
Yeah, I
pathetic
feel for you.
spread on
I also, I feel for you. My condolences. Anyway, so I will tell you, yeah, what you mentioned about the media, it's absolutely correct, and I was about to say it because once I got to like preparing for this event and everything, so I kind of like figured for myself, okay, if there's a lie over here, and I soon will reveal where the lies are like hidden and whatever. Um, if there's a lie over here, so what are like the reasons? Okay, why are they lying? Why are they like doing all kinds of things to set up like the scores in all sorts of ways? Okay, and
yeah.
one reason, okay, it's as you said, gambling, okay, and money, the broadcasting, and it's an industry with like lots of money. So where there's money, there's always interest and whatever. But what I figured out, okay, especially because of this World Cup, that the actual goal of them is not to necessarily make the score for one team or another. Okay, the higher value is to make the game extremely interesting. Okay, extremely interesting. It's more important than whoever like wins. Okay, and
Which is why the theatrics,
yeah,
with the referees, with each other, these when they take a dive, pretend
yeah.
they've been injured and they've been, there's trying to get for penalties and whatever. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
I
So
completely agree.
So anyway, and I kind of like started noticing on this World Cup, and tried to saw that the decision that I'm kind of like suspecting them as being false in all sorts of ways. whether or not what are the outcome eventually. Okay, like the outcome of it is not necessarily that that the team will win or whatever, but it will be like that the drama will be increased. Okay, or it will be serving some kind of like narrative. Okay, now, and you can see that perfectly on last night's game. Okay, with England versus France, it was amazing. Okay, and England, okay, from the way that I'm standing, okay, they
England
always
lost because they took the knee at the beginning of the game. That's why they lost.
could be,
Because they
could
have
be,
no integrity. Not one of them has a single bit of integrity or anything. So
yeah,
that's why they lost, because they didn't deserve to win.
yeah.
Go on.
I remember that in tournaments like that, I used to as a teenager and stuff like that. I used to root for the English team because I like their football and everything like that. So I always remember that the English are losers. They are
Yep.
such losers.
Especially if it goes to penalties. Especially if it goes to penalties.
Yeah,
They always
whatever.
lose.
Southgate, Northgate, I don't know, all kinds of like coincidence things like that happened in their past and keeps on going and going and going and going. Now, in about minute 80, 82, something like that, over in last games versus France, the French team they lead 2-1. Okay, and then of course there was the star of the English team, Kane. He scored the first goal for England by penalty. Okay, uh, and uh, and then on the something like minute 80, 83, I think, something like that. The a player from the English team. I don't remember who, but a French player came over and just pushed him over there in the penalty area, and it was looks like so fake, and it's just and come on, you're like in the quarterfinals versus England. This is what you'll do, as a defender. You'll push, another players inside the penalty area, and they're like, I know, 100 cameras around and VAR and shit. So no, okay, and and once they got England, they got the penalty for it. Then Kane came over to kick, and he just flew into the sky. And the thing is that so I kind of like asked myself, so if they plan this narrative, okay, that this French, that the French player will push the English player in the penalty area, and they know that he's gonna, kick to the sky. Why did they do that? To reinforce the narrative, the loser's narrative. Okay, if it will
That
be
England can't take penalties. That they throw away every opportunity given to them. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's came to show you. Yeah, the narrative still goes on. English remains English. Penalties out, and of course, there's always like this head star player of England in all sorts of like generations. So this time it was this guy Kane. Okay, he took the entire role of the
Hang on,
tragic
Kane.
hero.
His name was Kane.
Yeah, Kane. Yeah, that's name. Yeah.
Kane.
Yeah.
Kane and
We
Abel.
can go down to biblical resources right now, but Richie, come on. It's a football show.
Kane threw it away, man. Kane threw it all away.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
so yeah, I will soon discuss the symbolism as well, okay? Because symbolism is really, really high in those World Cup games. But yeah, but I showed you just once, like one type of like symbolism, the reinforcing the narrative of whatever team there is, because these are like they have once those evil guys are gathered to discuss this plan for this World Cup, okay, how it's gonna work. So they are planning surely a narrative for every team, okay, every team have this narrative throughout the World Cup, and in every game they have their own narrative how it's gonna be worked out. Now the thing is that during time, what I kind of like I know speculate, okay, is that during time there are like as football became more and more popular and more money got involved in that, they try to inflict the games in all sorts of ways. Okay, there's like lots of stories about selling games and selling referees and things like that that are like very common. And even like Juventus, I think like a few years ago they kind of like dropped like two leagues because of scandal like that. And but it's always been usually been treated to the lower divisions. Okay,
Mm,
and by who it's being treated like that? By the more premier divisions, right? Why is that?
mm.
Okay, because maybe the premier division don't want to know that it happens with them as well. Ooh.
Well, the premiers. I mean, it's like everything else in this on this earth. The worst examples of people that exist do nothing but project themselves onto everybody else.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So,
So
so they'll sit there. The premierships will sit there talking about what a scandal it is, and how
there are divisions.
unsportsman. It's unsportsmanlike, and it's just the lower divisions doing it.
Yeah,
Probably the lower divisions aren't doing it at all. Probably it's only happening in the Premier League.
yeah,
But
yeah,
I
probably.
mean, do you agree that? Because personally, I feel that every single televised sport is
Mhm.
fixed. They're all fixed. American football, English football, basketball, baseball, everything, golf, everything. Every single thing that we watch on television is fixed. So they know the outcome before the end of the before it's even started. They know what the outcome is going to be.
Yeah,
Do you
but
agree with that?
yeah, I'm agreeing with that. I'm agreeing with that now. Okay, in some level. Okay, in some level, because I will be honest with you, Rich. I have still, from what I like declared earlier, that I stopped like following that and all of this. The feeling that once you like discover, let's say, flat Earth, yeah, flat Earth.
Mm.
So you kind of like very. You feel very sad to throw away all the knowledge that you kind of like gained throughout the years about this topic of the shape of the earth and space or whatever. You kind of like feel shame to throw it all away, okay, and say that it's bullshit. So I got this feeling also now with football. Okay, I kind of like
Mm.
it's hard for me to admit that, as you said, it's all lies and it's all like and it's all been theatered. And to be honest, it's kind of like so I'm going,
It's the
slowly.
cognitive dissonance
Yeah,
because basically it's the realization that you've been mugged off.
yeah,
For all of us, it's
yeah,
the
yeah,
realization that we've been mugged off and we
yeah.
didn't even know. We had no idea.
Seriously.
We got completely sucked into it thinking it was for real. And the whole time they're sat there laughing at us.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It goes with in any topic, subject, branch in society. Okay, yeah, that the
Can I
minute you discover the lie over there, so you kind of like, whoa,
can I
it
just
goes.
ask you?
Yeah.
I just want to ask you something because we've got somebody in the chat room who keeps asking for a link to join the StreamYard, came in and just asked for a link straight away. So I just wonder if it's somebody that you know, Skylar
Skyler,
Cake,
maybe, maybe.
K-A-A-K-E. Do you know who that is?
I
Skylar?
don't remember exactly. Maybe I'm like chatting with her over there in the chat room. I don't know. I
Skylar.
don't. Skylar?
Oh, yeah, Brian. Skylar, listen, you're gonna have to basically yes, you do know. You know
Join her in.
Nia.
No, no, no worries.
Are
Yeah.
you talking to somebody called Skylar at the moment?
Me? No, no.
Yeah. Apparently Skylar says that you are.
Yeah, me? No, why not?
Yeah. I'll tell you what,
Uh,
because it's very dangerous for people like me to bring people that I don't know into my StreamYard because of the porn bots and the people that try to get me deleted and to get my friends deleted and stuff. So Skylar, I'll put a link in the I'll put a link in a bit because Nia's got some stuff he wants to say first. He's got his stuff he wants to get off his chest about the World Cup, and then we'll
Yeah.
open up. Then I'll put a link in to open up for everybody, for whoever wants to come in and join us to
Mhm.
talk. But when I do, you're going to have to make sure that you got your camera on, so I can see who you are, so I can see that you're I want to see who you are before I bring you in to my into my stream. Okay. Um, no offense, it's just I want to protect my channel. So, go on, carry on.
All right.
Sorry, dude.
Um, I don't remember where we were, but we talked about the the English French match, and I kind of like told about different ways that they might be like manipulating the football, and I think that it kind of like they gained a lot more control as they're going with the aims, with the the tools that they are using, that they have in order to affect those matches, and as I said earlier, also to mainly to make it more entertaining. And usually, and lately there was this VAR thing that came in. Do you know about it? About this using of video cameras to decide the referee decisions and things like that. You know about it?
I remember a while ago, a couple of years ago, they brought in a thing, and I remember seeing it in rugby before I saw it in football because I don't really watch football. So I saw it in rugby first, where they were able to something happened, and they were able very quickly to watch the replay from the different
Angle.
they've got microphones down on the pitch and everything, so they can see and hear everything that goes on, and
Yeah.
they've used that to make decisions in real time rather
Mhm.
than waiting until after the match to review the footage. So I've seen that, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, the thing is that they are using it like really highly, like in this World Cup. And I kind of like suspected this thing from the get go. It's looked to me so unnatural, to run a football game like that.
Mm,
Like just the feeling of it. And in this World Cup, I kind of like noticed how they using it for in two ways that are like I don't know if there's like more ways that are using it, and but I kind of like noticed two ways that they can use it, and I kind of like noticed that how they use it. Like from the minute that actually there is like the event on the pitch till the referee is going to check the replay and consult with the VAR referees,
mm,
something like 2, 3, 4 minutes or something like that, okay, are like passing by, and there's like and then just afterwards they're like showing the shot that the VAR referees are like showing. So I do think that in the technical things that you got today, you can in those couple of minutes do the graphic manipulation that is needed to show the other people some kind of like different angle of what's went down and why this decision is like that. Okay. And so this is one way that I thought that it can be done. Um, and one other way is by actually just disappearing, okay, the VAR decision. In one of the first games of this World Cup, there was a very famous game, a very I know, upset of the century in the World Cup. Saudi Arabia won Argentina 2-1. Okay, and the game went like this, and always also will touch soon with the Messi conspiracy, ooh, which is
mm,
supposed to be very unique and dark. Anyway, but as the game started, Argentina got like a penalty again with a VAR, okay, with a VAR decision,
mm,
and Lionel Messi, as he was praised towards this match, like God plus plus. It was so very nice and convenient that he will step up on the seventh minute, and we'll kick this penalty and whatever. And then afterwards, because it was like planned, like afterwards there was like in minute 30 or so, there was a goal for Argentina, another goal which was disqualified by the VAR. Now this goal was disqualified because of an offside position, and after this goal was scored, like the broadcasters yelled, "Yeah, goal!" and everything. They saw the replay of this goal, and they saw, "Yeah." They said, "No, no, there's no offside." Very well. Then afterwards, like the broadcast guy on the over there, like a few minutes afterwards, he says, "Oh, we saw like another angle of the VAR right now, and it wasn't offside, and they disqualified the goal, and they're not showing us this angle."
But they didn't show the footage.
No, they didn't show
Right.
the VAR footage. Okay, they just said, "Oh no, there's no goal right now." They showed it for another. Believe us. Anyway, and also like afterwards, after like in recess or whatever, it's not in the footage of the of this whatever. And anyway, so I kind of like noticed how they can manipulate this thing every once in a while. It's also like it takes a lot of responsibility from the referees themselves, because the word of the VAR is like higher than theirs, and so it covers their asses, and also like it kind of like it reveals to it kind of like proves to the spectators of the match, I don't know, at home or at the stadium, whatever. Hey, look, this is real. Here, we're showing that to you. This is what happened. This is reality. Okay, you want to argue with us? We got cameras. Come on, And it's kind of like in that point, it kind of like reminds you of all kinds of like NASA tricks. Okay, all kinds of like CGI works, or all kinds of like this kind of like content, this line content that I actually, because of that, I started being interested in this whole truth world, because I saw this manipulation over in the videos with the space program and things like that, and it kind of like I couldn't believe that people are actually doing it. And it seems to me that it gone down to football as well, because people got interest, people got whatever, and yeah, and with and another thing that I kind of like notice is on that game, Saudi Arabia, at the minute that this goal was disqualified, suddenly Argentina became the worst team in the world, and Saudi Arabia was whoa, super striker. This is like there's like a TV show for children called Super Striker. It's like about a football team and whatever. I really like the show. It's I used to watch it with my kid. Anyway, in every episode,
What this reminds me of? It reminds me very, very strongly of the Eurovision Song Contest.
Yeah.
Very, very political. Nothing to do with anything other than politics.
Yeah.
And that's what this sounds like straight away. Oh, look, Saudi Arabia won. Saudi Arabia beat Argentina in football.
Yeah.
Okay, then. All right, then. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And
I believe that happened legitimately, of course.
Yeah, and in order that you will believe that it actually happened, okay, they are showing you how it's happened, okay. Now at the minute, then Saudi Arabia, once they became like super striker, so they started like playing crazy, and on I think minute 60, it was 1-1, and the Saudi Arabian player was playing like at the edge of the penalty area, and he was like twisting 3-4 Argentinian defenders, and just twist with his finger all the way to the circle, it's like to the edge of the goal. Perfect. Yeah, and then I kind of like told myself, I kind of like reminded of these super striker episodes, and in every game, in every like episode, they used to play the game that the team that they were like playing against. So they used to do all kinds of like tricks with the ball, with the pitch, with all kinds of like things that they somehow they found to overcome afterwards. So it's like told myself, come on, in our technology today, is it that difficult, to manipulate a goal or whatever to
Bro, have
what?
you seen the most recent FIFA
Yeah.
on the PS5? The most recent football games on the PS5. Like, there are moments when it's very difficult to distinguish whether it's real or not, because it's like, whoa, those graphics are insane.
Yeah.
They're
No,
insane, and you know that the graphics that they're giving us and letting us play around with
no,
are probably
but I'm not talking about the graphics aspect, okay? I'm talking
no. But
about the
what I'm saying is that the ability that they have, the capability
yeah,
that they have to manipulate images
yeah,
in
but
order to
here
make you see what they want
I'm
you to see.
no, I'm not talking about the images, okay? Because this goal
Mm.
happened, okay? This goal of Saudi Arabia happened in reality. I do believe that, okay? But what if this ball had this chip inside it, GPS guide, or some kind of like magnet or whatever technology that they can think of that will just insert this ball into the goal, whatever, whenever they want, okay? So,
Mm.
is that possible, Rich? Because this goal that didn't make any sense to me. It didn't make sense that this Saudi Arabian player like spin around four Argentinian players and put this
Just out of
goal.
interest, how many
Yeah,
people were in the how many people were watching that game live?
at the stadium. Oh,
Mm.
thousands and thousands. Yeah, more than I know, 50
Were
to
they?
60,000.
Were they though?
Sorry.
Were they though? Do you know anybody that actually
Oh no,
went to that game?
I'm not here for this conspiracy. No, 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 no. I'm not like not going down to that. You want to sell? You want to tell me that they manipulated
But you're okay
the
with
whole
going with
crowd
a
over there?
conspiracy that they put something in the fucking football that will make it hit the goal. You'll go with that conspiracy, but you won't consider that the game happened in private, didn't have a real crowd watching it, and therefore they were able to manipulate every single fucking image that happened in that game. The
No,
game
because
happened, but they were able to manipulate it in real time without people in the live audience watching. You'd rather go with the idea that they put some sort of homing device in the football.
most honestly, yes. Because I'll tell you that your suggested idea, okay, is being rejected by me because I told you my history as a football fan. I've been to like really lots of major football matches, like inside the stadium, and I know it works out, and I know that it's real. What is happening over there, it's real. It's also like I know that
Do you
people
know
there
what I
are
remember?
real people that are going to these matches in this World Cup. It's not
Do you know what I remember about being watching a football game live in the stand, watching a football game live? What I remember very clearly is that you saw hardly fuck all. You didn't see very much. It was very difficult to keep your eye on the ball when there were a lot of players around, and in fact, nearly all of the other teams' fans, they weren't watching the game. And when I looked around, the people around me weren't watching the game. They were yelling and hurling insults and abuse at the other fans. So, or my experience of going to a live football match, watching it live in the stalls, in the stands, my experience is that they could fucking show you whatever they fucking want on the TV, and there's not one single person that will be able to dispute it who went to watch the match live, because they didn't see enough. They did not see enough to be able to see the detail that you're shown on the TV. So it would be incredibly fucking easy for them to completely manipulate everything and tell everybody on TV that something else happened. Because
skeptical, Rich.
most of the men that are stood there touching each other's balls while they're watching, sorry, every single opportunity I get, I'm going to take a dig. I'm going to take a dig and a little slap to say, listen, sort your lives out. You're watching a bunch of soy boys kicking a football around, tickling each other's balls, and bending over in the fucking in the changing rooms afterwards because they're all closet homosexuals. But that's just me. Um,
Yeah.
they there
Right.
is every opportunity for them to manipulate the images, and for nobody that went there to see the game live to even know or realize.
I know. Richie, I'm sorry, dude.
Mm.
I won't go with you with that conspiracy. You'll have to go alone. Yeah. I will stick here with my magic,
Your
spinning
magic football.
magnetic balls or whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
All right.
um, I think that yeah, I'll try to go to another aspect of this World Cup, and as you mentioned earlier, the political side of it, and that it also concerns the lie and everything. And I will say as the introduction, what you said earlier, it kind of reminds me, for me, when I look at this, how the media is treating it, it's very, very similar to gladiators or whatever,
That's what it
bread
is.
and
Bread and
shows
circuses.
yeah,
Bread and
circuses,
circuses.
whatever, big time entertainment is being in any kind of generation. And I think that also I saw lately again the whole series of the shows of the movies, the Hunger Games. You
Mm.
saw that? You saw the Hunger Games? So over there also yeah, so over there it's kind of reminded me how each district and each state is sending its own representative to this world stage or whatever to collide with each other and everything, and trying to put an epic magnitude into it. And once it's not really going well, okay, that if there is no epic or a drama or excitement or whatever, so they will create it, okay, they will make it up, they will use politics, okay, yeah, you've got politics, that can actually inflame this whole thing of a match, football match, into a political rivalry and blah 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 blah, or just to just to mark all kinds of things for their personal enjoyment and sick behavior, okay, like, because I keep seeing those weird symbolism throughout this whole World Cup, okay, of from what I know about satanic symbolism and things like that. It's all around us, okay. It's all around us with this World Cup going on in Qatar. And first off, it's, come on, it's the Illuminatis of the Arabs, the hi. And besides that, you can see that it's been held over the winter time. Isn't that weird? Oh, we are very close to.
Well, we were talking about this the other day. I actually had an argument with Voy about it the other day, because it was an observation that Roxanne made, was the time of year that this match is being held. It's over the Christmas. Basically, it's leading up to Christmas, over the Christmas holidays, when one of the things that football does, and it always does this every single time, is it causes arguments in families. It
Yeah,
causes friction. It causes
yeah.
problems between husbands and their spouse, or
Mhm.
men and their girlfriends. It causes friction between
Between men and friends,
family members,
between men and
who
their
support
friends, if
different
they're
teams,
both cheering for other teams,
between
yeah.
friends. Yeah, exactly. It causes friction and arguments. And I mean, that happens anyway at Christmas. We all know we have,
Yeah,
you have that argument with the relative who has
yeah.
particular
Oh, and
views about something.
plus gambling stress. Okay, gambling stress. What
Yeah.
else?
Oh my God. Yeah. All the
Yeah,
money that's going to be gambled that should have been
envy,
spent on
envy,
Christmas.
envy. What kind of other bad feelings you can think of that comes out of
Yep.
playing a dense time with football matches, which are really really critical.
Idolization, all of these things,
Hmm.
all at a time when really
Oh,
traditionally,
ticket money. That. kind of like expensive,
That's
right?
another scam as well. The ticket boxes is another scam. The amount of
Whoa,
money that they make off these tickets and reselling tickets and stuff. It's yeah,
yeah,
it's a joke, mate.
yeah. Anyway, so all those things, and it happens on next to now, like the World Cup is being held on the winter time, which is kind of like a very different from all the previous World Cups which were held during the summertime. So why is that? Okay, why is that
Mm.
on the year 2022 when it sums up to six, and and we have this World Cup in Qatar in the winter time, and it's close to winter solstice, right? Winter solstice. What used to happen in over there? Sacrifice. And
Mm.
with this sacrifice, once in ancient times, stipulation, no such thing as ancient times. We don't know nothing. Yeah, that's okay. Um, so in ancient times, whatever, it was the time that they sacrificed because the day was the shortest. Okay, and they thought that God is the gods. The god of the sun, the evil one, is being like pissed off and everything. So this is why it's like we don't see him anymore. So when the sun is like low, so they are like being afraid, that the gods are not pleased. So they have to give sacrifices. And
Mm.
in earlier time, it was very easy to sacrifice children, humans, virgins, whatever. And like in modern times, it's a little bit, there's media everywhere, so it doesn't go well. So they're doing the sacrifice with this World Cup, and like with the preparation for this World Cup. From what I heard, there were like 6,500 people that died during the preparations for this World Cup. All kinds of like,
Mm.
foreign workers that they built all the facilities for this World Cup,
Yeah.
and all kinds of like accidents that happened over
Yeah.
there and things like that. So yeah, it may be for us, yeah, 6,500, foreign workers, whatever. It's
I'd be quite interested. I'd be quite interested to know at the end of it all just how many of these professional footballers drop dead right in the middle of the fucking game. Have myocarditis and having heart attacks and just dropping right there in the middle of a live game. Because it's going to happen. It is going to happen. At least one of these footballers is
hmm.
gonna drop.
There's like I know that lately there's like lots of droppings like that everywhere. Also, like in sports.
Yep.
Also here in Israel, in this World Cup, I haven't heard about any kind of like event like that. Maybe they're saving it
Yeah.
for the finals. Maybe
Yet.
they're like
Yeah.
maybe they're saving it for the finals, or maybe they gave everyone that's going to participate in this contest like the antidote beforehand, so they won't
Just
get this
just out of
this one on this
interest.
world stage, so
Just out of interest.
yeah.
When are the finals, the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and the final? When is that scheduled for?
I think it's like this next week, like they have the half finals and then the finals, and
Are
then
we already? Are we already at the quarterfinals?
yeah, we now like no, we're not now in the half finals. You got France versus Morocco. Now, I want to
All right.
talk a few minutes about Morocco. Morocco yesterday did one of the again
Hang on.
upset of the
Let me just confirm.
century.
I
What?
just want to confirm. So there's only 4 teams left now.
Yeah, yeah,
There's
yeah.
France and
Morocco,
Morocco and Saudi Arabia and
no. France versus Morocco and Argentina versus Croatia.
hang on. I thought that Saudi Arabia beat Argentina.
Yeah, but it was like in the stage in the houses in the lower stage. Okay, it was like
Oh,
after that
right.
they
Okay.
recovered. They had a story that they kind of like lost in the first game and
Yeah, yeah. And
recuperated
then they
and
came
they
back.
wanted to win it.
They
Yeah,
came
with
back.
Messi,
Yeah.
Messi. Listen, Messi. Okay, this guy is on my on my eyes like for about 20 years or so. Okay, The
Yeah.
reason is that everywhere that I'm going for the last 20 years, everybody are telling me Messi is the best player on the world.
So
Best player.
hang on. 20. How old is Messi now?
Told what?
How old is Messi now?
Oh,
If you is that it can't be 20 years.
37, I think. 36, 37, something like that, I think.
So yeah, since he broke into the under 18, under 21s. Sorry,
Yeah.
basically. Right.
Yeah. Anyway, so this guy, okay, I look how he's been pampered by the media for the last 20 years or so, like the again above God, okay,
Well,
above
like
God.
yeah, before him it was Ronaldo.
Yeah. Before it was Ronaldo, and no, there's like Cristiano, and like with him, you had like Cristiano Ronaldo, which is considered like also like the for few people, he considered like also like the best player in the world right now. But the media is
I call him Cristiano, but yeah.
yeah. Anyway, like I'm not here to judge like who's the better player between the two because I think they're both like actors,
Mm.
but kind of like I can certainly say okay from what I saw from Lionel Messi for the last 20 years and the very fact that he never brought a World Cup to Argentina, okay, um, so I can certainly say that he's not the best player that ever been in this world, okay, and
No.
try to manipulate reality that it is like this. This is, one big, huge lie of the media, and it also like helps them, market this guy as, as one of the top markets, along with Cristiano Ronaldo. Okay, it's like the world is like being divided. Okay. Again, it doesn't matter which way it will divide. If more people will like Messi or more people will like Ronaldo, it matters that all of them will be interested in that war
Yeah.
between who's the best one, who's whatever. And I kind of like,
Whose hair am I going to get my hair cut like?
yeah. And in this World Cup, this whole war between them got to the, to its most intense, most, decisive moment because it's for both of them, it's the last chance to take this World Cup. Ronaldo actually won with Portugal 4 years ago in the World Cup, but Messi is still didn't do it. Okay, so in the script, okay, that was written for this World
He
Cup,
needs to
okay,
win World One Cup
he
before he
needs to win
retires.
the World Cup. Yeah, he needs to win the
Yeah,
World
and
Cup.
he's going to retire in the next 4 years because obviously 37. He's getting on a bit
Yeah,
now
yeah.
for a footballer.
So anyway, it is known that it's his last one. Now, the whole thing, and this whole loss to Saudi Arabia in the beginning and everything, you can see how they worked out the script perfectly. That they will get, of course, in this last game that they have versus Holland. Messi was the top player over there. He was yeah, it was really good over there. They won by penalties and things, but yeah, also it was like very exciting match. It was 2-2 with penalties, huge action, whatever, and finally Messi won. And day
Oh, oh,
afterwards,
oh.
what happened? Yeah, what happened day afterwards? Ronaldo lost to Morocco. Now, and Ronaldo goes out from the pitch. He's crying. He's crying. In Israel, in Hebrew, okay, the word "sachkan" is the word that is used both for player, okay, and both for actor, okay. So you kind of like telling, yeah, about Ronaldo, yeah, he's one hell of an sachkan. So it means like he's both like an
It
actor,
sounds a lot like Satan as well. It sounds a
what?
lot like adversary.
But
Satan sounds a lot like adversary.
yeah, but in Hebrew it sounds like that. It is both like acting like an actor player, like a theater player, and both like a soccer player, a football player, whatever.
Mm.
So it's
But dude,
yeah,
they tell us all the time, every day. They tell us about how the political people,
yeah,
they're actors. They're
yeah, yeah,
actors, and they
yeah,
say it. They call them actors. And when they talk about war, it's the theatre of war and the
yeah,
actors in the theatre of war. They tell us
exactly.
right
And
to our faces all the
yeah,
time.
and I want to show you the weird symbolism. Okay, like who kicked out Ronaldo? Okay, Morocco team. If you look at their flag, hmm. They have a
Yeah.
red flag with a green
And they're Muslim as
pentagram.
well. They're
What?
Muslims as well.
They're Muslims, yeah, Muslims, but they are considered actually as the good Muslims. Okay, they're the one who are like more close to the West, North Africa, not something too much intimidating. In against to Iran, right? Iran are the bad ones, right? We don't like Iran. Anyway, so and just recently, yesterday, I kind of like stumbled an article that says that Russia is starting to sell weapons to Iran, right? So if like Russia is like reinforcing the bad Arabs, so we should reinforce the good Arabs with the World Cup. And Morocco, yeah, Morocco will do fine. And so yeah, I think that this is what happens. And they kind of like, yeah, they also got the pentagram symbol already on their flag. So yeah, let's go for Morocco. No, they actually they're a very nice nation, and we in Israel we got like lots of people who our origin are from Morocco, and a little sometimes they're a little bit of like pissed off and whatever crazy, but they're nice. They are really nice people. Anyway, but that one symbolism that I noticed, and one other one is one that like on I spoke earlier about Lionel Messi, and I just remembered like for something like I don't know 5-10 years of his career, the Barcelona logo that the Barcelona logo that they had on it's the team that he played with. It was written Qatar and Airlines. Qatar was written like really big.
Qatar Airlines was sponsoring them. Yeah.
Yeah, was sponsoring them. And I kind of like remember, hey, just a second. And what I told you all earlier about Messi, that he's going to be like, whatever, the winner of this World Cup or whatever, and new Antichrist. So yeah, and so you can see that Qatar has, targeted him way 10, 20 years ago. Yeah, decided that he will be symbolized at this previous time to be affected this World Cup in Qatar in 2022. Do you take this conspiracy, Rich?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something going on in Qatar.
Yeah.
And one of the things that Roxanne said to me was, we remember, both of us remember watching in 2020. We watched very closely the shipping lanes. We were watching all the shipping lanes, and we were watching the movement of commerce through the shipping lanes, and also we were watching the airlines as well. And what we saw and what we know is that they closed down all the shipping lanes around Qatar, and it was what we see is that it was causing massive problems for their smuggling, basically for the smuggling that was going through Qatar, human trafficking and all of it, right? Well, there was a lot of stuff that got backed up in Qatar over the last couple of years. What better way to sneak stuff in and out again than to have some huge international event take place where lots of shipping containers are going to be brought in, for all the stuff that's needed because it's the World Cup,
Yeah, but
they're going to have extra, the amount of stuff getting shipped in and out is going to have increased, but the security is going to have lapsed.
Yeah, and you have to understand, Rich, the most important thing that we forgot to mention when we're talking about Qatar, okay, and them hosting the World Cup, okay, they're not good at football.
Oh my God,
okay?
No.
They're not good at football, and all. It's usually been custom, that any kind of like state that country that gets to host the World Cup has any kind of a connection to the higher levels of football. All kinds of countries like Germany and France and England and whatever. Like think of the countries that hosted the World Cups in in previous years. And Qatar, come on, they're not like, they hardly consider like a football team. They don't have any, achievements whatsoever. It's ridiculous how politics is, it's being played over here, and it's very obvious for everyone. Yeah, why not? Yeah, we are stating to everybody that we're doing it for the money and for whatever it could be that you said, all the smuggling and whatever. Yeah, we're saying we were doing it blunt in your face, okay? And we know that Qatar team doesn't worth shit, okay? But yeah, we don't care. Yeah, we're doing it for the politics and everything. Yeah, but everybody in the world right now have to be hypnotized to this thing, believe that it's true, that it's happening, because otherwise you're not following the narrative.
Oh, you're obviously insane. I mean,
Yeah,
dude, every time
you don't like
when
football, you're insane. Come on.
I take the dogs out for a walk, and where I walk, when I walk down the hill, I can see into a lot of the windows of the villas that are, running down the street,
Mhm.
and in every single villa where I can see there's people and there's a television on, the fucking football's on. In every single one of these bloody windows, where if the TV is visible, if the TV's on, the football's on. So,
Yeah. And
I
anyway,
mean,
it's there for destruction, to distract you for what's happening in the world right now. Oh, people are dying. No, football. There's football. Come on. No, no, people are dying. No, 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 people are dying.
don't think about the fact that Twitter have been basically caught red-handed in direct communication with the FBI, censoring people's freedom of speech. Don't think about that. Don't think about the fact that
Not
Twitter
important
is in
now.
league with the American government to control the narrative of what goes out on Twitter. Don't think about the fact that they do the same on Google and Facebook and Instagram and all that. Don't think about these current events. Don't think about the fact that the truth is being stifled, that freedom of speech, that all of our basic human rights are being taken away,
You
that
have a
we're
new king
being.
over there, right? You have a new king over there in England, whatever king, queen died, something like that. No.
I don't recognise any king in England. I don't recognise anyone being a new king. I don't. I know that there's this disgusting paedophile that calls himself Charles and has assumed this position, but he's not rightfully entitled to it, as far as I'm concerned. And there is no, not I don't. There is no king of England, as far as
All
I'm
right.
concerned.
Okay, good to know. Anyways, so I think that we are done to talking about football. I did it for an hour, and I think that we covered the life from all kinds of like aspects. Okay, it was very much fundamental, I think, right? And yeah, let's do a recess. Let's and talk about a few more things later.
Well, let's see if anybody like is Skylar still here? Skylar, are you still there? Do you want to come on and chat with us? Or anybody else? Squirrel Sniper?
Anyway, Rich, I would advise you to show again the clip that I made with the trance music and everything. I did a re-editing of it, like from the last time I showed it, and it's on my channel. It's on the second, or whatever. Or if you want to show something else, whatever. But
Is
let's do
is
it.
that the one that's got really really good music on it, and a lot of people talking about how they're brought into a biblical paradigm and they're waiting for somebody to come and save them? Is it that one? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll put it on, mate. But like I said, yeah. It hurts me when I hear people saying what they're saying on that video. It hurts me when I hear it, because all I hear is a bunch of idiots that haven't worked it out yet, that nobody is coming to save them. There is not a guy in a white flowing fucking robe that with a beard that's going to come down and save them because he died for all of their sins 2,000 years ago. I don't. It hurts me that people still sit there waiting for Jesus Christ to come and save them, when the whole time Jesus Christ was saying, "You save yourself. All you have to do is be like him, and you're saved. Don't be a cunt, and you're saved. Help people, and you're saved. That like just be a decent person, and you'll be okay." But yeah, I'll put it on, mate.
Yeah.
I need to get it. I need to get it. Hang on.
I listened personally. I listened, patiently about all your, things you said about Jesus. I feel for you.
Listen, look, dude. You know how I feel about Jesus, because I have a personal relationship with God, and I've spent most of my life talking to either Jesus or God, and so what I understand, the entity or the being that came here to set an example for us, and like, as opposed to the biblical narrative character that was given to us by the people that are actively right now controlling the way we think and controlling our actions through our perception, because they've done nothing but lie to us for our entire lives. There's not a single thing that we have not been lied to about. So it's like realizing, which one is it? Where is it? Trance in the Esh. Is it that one?
It's Ash and
DJ Spider.
No. That's that one. It's the one with Miracle and Prayers.
Miracle and Prayers. That one. Hang on.
Recess.
It doesn't look like Skylar's stuck around, so obviously he didn't want to come on that badly. Can you see that?
Yeah. That's beginning. Yeah.
Want to become part of the house of Israel by faith, and we do that.
To the beginning. Yeah.
Sorry. I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone. The good earth is rich.
Father, we're so thankful that we can come to you boldly, to your throne of grace, because you delight in pouring out mercy, and you love us so much. And we receive your love because of what you did on the cross, you paying for the forgiveness of all the people when we turn to you and ask you to be our Savior. And you truly do become our Savior, and you transform us.
Want to become part of the house of Israel by faith, and we do that by being obedient to you and adopting your ways. So, Father, I ask that you touch people right now, and for those that are struggling, those that have no hope, those that feel like there's just no way forward here, Father, tug on their hearts, and Father, I ask that you would touch them and help them to have that peace that passes understanding, because we know that you're in control. We know that you're above all of this nonsense. And so we turn to you and be obedient to you.
אז אלוהים, אבא שבשמיים, אנחנו מודים לך, אלוהים האב, אנחנו מודים לבן, לישוע המשיח, שיושב לימינך.
are the Word that became flesh. You are the Word that became flesh. You are the Scripture that became flesh. You are the God who is Emmanuel, who is the God is with us. Lord, thank you so much. And all these things for the glory alone of your name, oh God. Lord, thank you. Seal this prayer. Seal these messages in the name of Jesus Christ. All these things for the glory of your name. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Give us power to go out and be salt and light to the world. Father, as we depart, your grace may go with us and bless us and be with us through all this day. We commit all our ways and thoughts in your hands. In the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
תודה לך על ההזדמנות הזאת להביא את הבשורה שלך, שכל הכבוד הוא אליך אלוהים, בשבילך אנחנו משקיעים, וכל הפעולה הזאת זה בשבילך, בשביל שתפעל דרכנו, תושיע כמה שיותר אנשים. תודה לך ובשם ישוע המשיח, אמן.
שהם נושאים על פי אמונה, וביום הדין הולכים להיכנס לאושר נצח, במלכות האלוהים. כמו שהתנ"ך אומר, לא יהיה שם לא כאב, לא דמעה, לא מחלות ולא מוות, לנצח. עולם מושלם עם כל הנשמות מכל הדורות הכי טובות שהיו בהיסטוריה, הנשמות הכי חמודות, שאהבו את האמת, ולמרות שהיו חוטאות, אהבו את האמת והלכו אחרי אלוהים, גם כשהם לא הבינו, הלכו אחרי מה אלוהים אמר להם בצדקה של אלוהים, והן נכללות בקורבן המשיח, והם ייכנסו לחיי עושר נצח, בזמן שכל הרשעים יצדקו את הקורבן, אלוהים הולך להפריד אותם, כמו שכתוב, הוא הולך להפריד את העיזים מהכבשים ביום הדין לנצח. אלה לחיי עושר נצח, ואלה לבושה דיראון עולם, ואגם האש. תודה אלוהי ישראל על ההצלה הזאת, על השחמט הזה, על כל כוחות האופל של השטן והמלאכים הנופלים שלו, ועבדיהם האילומינטי. תודה אלוהי ישראל, אמן.
המסע הזה הוא בשבילך, הוא מסע של יצירה, בשביל שאני אהיה זה שממשיך את היצירה שלך, שיצרת את העולם ויצרת את האדם, אז אני אהיה זה שיקח את המושכות מפה והלאה וייצור בעצמי בעולם הזה. זו התרומה היחידה וההכרת תודה היחידה שאני יכול לתת. אז תודה לך, אמן.
Oh, Rich. What's up? Rich, you're muted! Muted!
Yeah, I love the music.
Yeah,
that's proper late 90s, early 2000 trance music. So, Skylar, you look very young. You look very young. You, like, every time I go to add you come off again. You need to, like, seriously, Skylar, I don't know who you are, so, and here you go, you just came off again. What? As soon as I want to put you on, you jump off again. So I'm quite happy to bring people that I don't know onto my stream, but I need to see your face, and I need to know that you're not gonna you know, be an idiot, because I will just knock you straight off. We got Sterling here as well. Sterling again, how you doing, man? Good to see you again. Right, so we've got Sterling and Skylar, 2 S's. Here we go.
Thank you, guys. I can't believe it. I'm now here. Now, this is me, guys, also known as Skylar. Now, I am in the back room. Yo!
How are you doing, Skylar?
I am good. How are you guys?
Yeah, really good. Thank you. Really good. You seem quite young.
I am good. How are you guys? Yeah.
You're that I can hear. I think you've got the you've got it playing in the background. So you need to turn down. You need to turn YouTube down, or put some earphones in. Yeah.
He kicked out the other guy.
So, how did you seem very young, Skylar?
Yeah.
How old are you?
11 years old.
You're 11.
Yeah.
Crikey! How did you find my channel?
Well, I use a Nintendo Switch, so I look it up and I search StreamYard live stream, and I saw you, so I click it. That's what I did.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. And so where do you live? Where are you from?
I am from Windsor, Ontario, also known as Canada, and I live at 527 Lawton, Windsor, Ontario. In Detroit.
Ontario.
Yeah.
What do you think of Justin Trudeau?
Well, he's good, so I'm gonna say yeah. Good.
You think Justin Trudeau's good? Really? Do you think Justin Trudeau is good? You think he's a good man?
Yes, he is a good man.
Patience, Rich. Patience.
Okay.
I don't want the kids over here between the two of us, so maybe I will do. No, I will leave it to you, Rich.
I think Skylar's a little bit too young to fully appreciate what is happening in the world of politics. And I imagine that if you think Justin Trudeau is a good man, it's because of what you've seen on the television about him, about the news and everything. So it's probably really important to understand. This is one of the things that we talk about on my channel, Skylar, is the fact that the news, the mainstream media, and everything that you see on TV is a lie. It's a lie designed to make you think in a certain way. They want you to think. They want you to think that Justin Trudeau is a good man when he's not. Justin Trudeau is an evil man. Everything that he's doing.
Evil?
Yeah, he's evil.
He's
an
of the
evil
child, Rich.
He's not even a man. He's not even a man. But he's not a nice person. Justin Trudeau is not a nice person.
In your opinion, Rich. In your opinion,
I don't care if it's in my opinion or in general terms. Justin Trudeau is not a nice man. He's a disgusting manipulative liar. He lies through his teeth to people. He tells everybody, Justin Trudeau, right? He commits some horrific, really heinous crimes during the lockdowns, during the protests early this year, in January, February this year, when the truckers were protesting. And he froze their bank accounts, and he told everybody that they were misogynistic racists and transphobes and everything. And he was lying about them. He was lying through his teeth. And then when he got taken to court and he got questioned about it, he lied about what he did. The man is a liar. You cannot trust a liar.
Yeah, can't trust a liar.
You cannot trust a liar.
We only tell the truth. And we also be good to everybody in this custody of Windsor.
Well, but I do appreciate you coming on here. I've never had somebody as young as 11 years old. It is important for me to point out, Skylar, that my channel is not designed for people under 18.
Yeah.
So technically, you shouldn't really be here because you're kind of in a over 18s club. And YouTube's very funny about people who are minors or considered minors, because I've declared on my page that my content, the stuff that I make, is not designed for minors. It's not designed for people who are 11 years old.
Yeah, I do know that.
But I'm very honored to have you here. I'm very glad that you've come on, and thank you very much for coming on.
It's very nice.
No problem, guys. And by the way, look at this, guys.
What are we looking at? Oh, what are you
It's
playing?
my
What game is this?
Deluxe on my Nintendo Switch.
Ah, Endo Switch. They're really cool. Have you seen them, Ash? The Endo Switch. You can play it like a little Game Boy, or you can plug it into your TV. And the graphics are absolutely, they're fantastic on the Endo Switch. Absolutely fantastic.
TV?
Popcorn? Is that popcorn?
Weak or no signal?
Also have.
Let's say goodbye gracefully. Gently.
Remote. It's a haste remote.
That's pretty cool, man.
No, we're not watching the game. Come on.
Skylar. Skylar, listen, my friend. Listen, it's been an absolute pleasure meeting you, right? And thank you very much for coming on the channel.
No problem,
we're going to have to say goodbye because, like I said, my channel isn't really the place for people who are only 11 years old. You're a little bit too young for the discussions that are happening here, because we're not talking about games and stuff. We're talking about quite.
Just
quite
told
serious.
me that Trudeau is really evil.
Yeah, well, yeah, like Justin Trudeau, but. But it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure meeting you, Skylar.
No problem, guys.
Thank you very much for being here, and enjoy the rest of your day. And just remember, say again.
I'll see you guys. Bye. Thanks for having me.
See you later. Take care of yourself. All right. Bye-bye. Oh my God. Wow, I've never had an 11-year-old just show up like
Rich,
that. Where's Sterling, man? Sterling came in.
Can I summarize this experience in one sentence, please?
Yeah, go on.
Don't bring any children, Rich.
Yeah, dude, listen, that's why it was rude not to at least talk to the lad.
Yeah, of course. But
actually, I don't know.
Talk to her about fucking Trudeau being evil. Come on.
I don't know if it was a lad or a guy or a girl, because Skylar, I think Skylar is a unisex name.
You gave her too much.
Male or female.
You gave her too much truth to contain in her, 11 years old brain. Come on.
Honestly, I don't think any of it settled. I don't think any of it really settled or made a mark. I don't think that that person's going to be. I don't think I've changed their life in any way, in any significant way whatsoever. But where's Sterling gone, man?
I don't know. But
Sterling,
anyway,
still here, mate. Come back and I'll bring you on.
Okay. Anyway, it leads me to the other topic that I wanted to discuss with you today, which is related actually to the subject was with this little girl over here. Education, Rich. Education. Now, I had a great idea today. I think it's a great idea. I don't know, still haven't been practiced yet. But every time that I got great ideas, like putting on this video that we saw earlier, So I got this feeling inside me that something is going to happen, and it kind of like I know that it's good, but it kind of like lies on kind of like nostalgic feeling, and it actually my idea it kind of like grew out from the way that I met you about how much was it? How much has it been? Like 3.5 years? Ooh,
2008. Was it 2018 or 2019?
19, yeah,
19.
like yeah, 3.5 years or so. I was coming back from Amsterdam, and I was meeting Roxanne over there, and I told her over there that we should like do Hebrew studies, and she was really excited, and she put us inside a group, and Janina,
because at the time, myself and Roxanne had been talking about how we actually wanted to learn Hebrew because it was an old language that
And then, coincidentally, she met me. So, and I'm like also Hebrew teacher, the Hebrew language teacher in my past. I did, several occasions, and I always like in all my, career or whatever, I always dealt like really in deep with the Hebrew language. I really love the Hebrew language. Now it's like structured and everything. So
can I ask you a question then? So, as we're talking about the Hebrew language, can I ask you a question?
No, just a second. Just a second. I will just tell a little bit about the history of us. Like when we gathered into this WhatsApp group, so I try to teach you all kinds of like words and letters and things like that. And this is apparently what you wrote over there was part of your homework or whatever. And as time went by, we saw that this group was only me and you. And we decided to call it quits for the studies. But today, I got another phone call from another friend of mine, and she told me that she also very anxious to learn Hebrew, and and I remember another two friends of mine that also told me that a few weeks ago. So suddenly I kind of connected all the needs together into your story as well, that we tried to learn 3 years ago. And I decided that I will start this project of Esh School, Esh School, which will be Hebrew studies for truthers, for believers.
Mainly Westerners.
What?
Mainly Westerners.
Mainly Westerners. Yeah, people that actually see see themselves somewhere in the future coming over here to Israel and use this Hebrew, or using this Hebrew in order to comprehend all kinds of things that ancient things that are that they want to research and things like that. I think that once researchers will know the Hebrew language, they will get into a lot more of different ways and different ways they can research, continue on the research. Okay, because when you understand the Hebrew, you kind of you can see that the words can take you in all kinds of meanings, different meanings to all kinds of different roots, and in this way, I think that people can get their own meanings out of very old and ancient things like the Bible, for instance. So I always say that what you guys are reading as the Bible or the New Testament, okay, it's a translated version, and what you're reading is only one verse of of the interpretation it could be, okay, because whoever translated it, he kind of took it from a lot more dense meaning of word. Okay, every word in Hebrew is a lot more dense with all sorts of meaning that came out of it, and out of all those meanings, he picked just one. Okay, and this is what goes out to be a certain translation that have a certain interpretation, but it could be also other things. Okay, if you knew the Hebrew first, the source language. Okay. So, so this is why I think that it's very important to learn Hebrew, and I'm willing to to put my time and gather a group of truthers and have these Zoom conversations, and having this and it will be, I guess, part of my shows over here in H News. It will be part of the content, and so yeah, it sounds like a good idea, Rich.
It does, but I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Hebrew re-emerge, and for how long was it dead for? For how long was it a dead language?
Now the thing is that Hebrew, there's a very big difference between the modern Hebrew that I'm talking and between the biblical Hebrew, and
that is because the Hebrew was a dead language until until when?
Yeah. But it wasn't like a dead language, okay? The reason that it's been kept for all these years that the Israelites were exiled, okay, is because of the Bible. Because of the Bible, this is how the scriptures kept remaining through all these years, because they kept copying them in the right way and keeping every letter and every word in really intact throughout all generations. So this is how they, in about, I think, the late 19th century, there was this guy who was considered to be like the one the reviver of the Hebrew language. His name was Eliezer ben Yehuda. I don't know actually if he's actually the reviver or the Masonic character that actually representing this, whatever. Okay, but he actually turned into a lot of he started what is now being called today the academic for Hebrew, which is they're like responsible on renewing the Hebrew language and in all sorts of new words that coming up. And so they are renewing, they're giving it certain definitions, certain words which are seems to be appropriate to describe all kinds of modern things that they were not existing in the biblical language. And so anyway, this is kind of answers your question. There's modern and biblical. I personally throughout all my life, although I was born in a secular family and everything, I'm always really related to the biblical language. I always understood it really good from some reason. I know that people over here, Israelis that can't read it, they don't know, they can't understand the meaning of what they read if they read biblical. But for me, I don't know, it was a little bit more easy for the time. So during these courses that I'm about to do, so I'm about to just a second, yeah. So I'm about to explore just, of course, basic Hebrew, the letters, the numbers, things like that. And besides that, I'm gonna focus on more, biblical terms, or maybe terms that are taken from the truth word. And everybody are always have these speculations about, always say that NASA is the sieve, which is not. They're saying that about the sky, about Shamayim. They're saying that it's water over there, which I can prove you that it's not. All kinds of certain things which are taken out of the biblical story, which are can be really understood if you understand Hebrew, and rather reading the translation in English of the true meaning of it. So this is how it's gonna be. Are you gonna be my student, Rich?
Yeah, but my reasons for learning Hebrew would be to understand ancient scripture better, and I don't think that learning modern Hebrew is going to help.
Yeah,
I think
so. I will do combination.
It's ancient. It's like the Hebrew from the Bible is a different language to the Hebrew that's spoken now.
No, it's not a completely different language. The phrases are a little bit different. Okay, that's the thing. The phrases are different. They're using all kinds of certain words that they not got into modern Hebrew, but you can understand what is written over there. If you know modern Hebrew, you can understand what is written over there. You have to understand more the phrasing of it or whatever. I try to to focus on the main points that will emphasize all kinds of like important issues inside the language, and also like give you the motivation to keep on researching it, because it couldn't be to teach Hebrew. You need to teach any language, to learn any language. You need like months and years to do that, completely.
It's like playing an instrument. You need thousands of hours of
yeah totally.
practice.
I actually like I learned also Arabic in my in high school, and then afterwards, like before the army service, they tried to teach us Arabic from like from the get-go till really to a high level, in 4 months. We had an intense 4 months that we learned from 8 a.m. till 11:30 p.m. Okay, every day, Arabic for 14 hours. And at the end, I don't know, like some Arabic still remained in me or whatever, but it's not, it can't be perfect. Okay, no matter how much you dance it. And
I think the best way to learn a language is to immerse yourself in it.
Yeah, of course.
It's the best way really to learn a language. So using it practically. So when you're sat in a classroom and you're just having information pumped into you for hours and hours and hours, you reach a point of saturation, and maybe only for a couple of hours during that day any of the information actually sunk in, and for the rest of it just kind of washed out, over the top of your head and washed out.
Rich, it depends on the teacher.
It does, absolutely. It depends on the teacher. Yeah. It's Sterling. Sterling's back.
Sterling, yeah.
No,
anyway, so just to sum this up, I'm gonna publish it. Whoever like watching this and wants to learn Hebrew, also you, Sterling. I would love to, and join into Hesh School soon.
Cool. Yeah, and you can, if you want to be a part of that, you can get in touch. Let me.
Get in touch with me.
I'll put your channel up. I'll put your channel up. Hang on. News.
All right. I think I am finished up talking about my stuff. I will hang out. I got people looking for me. Just a second. Good.
There's a link to Esh News in the chat. If you're interested in Hebrew school, then go to.
Be changed into Esh News. Whatever, yeah.
Your email is available through your channel, yeah, and the about section or something is your email, right?
Yeah, I just try to approach me like through a comment on one of my shows, or like on Facebook, on the Esh News group, whatever. Yeah.
Because that's important to know. Is that
there's already like a few listed students already, besides you, Rich.
Cool.
We have, sure.
Cool.
Some of them appeared on the video that we saw before.
Yeah. Nice.
All right. So class of 2023. Goes on the way.
Cool. All right, man. Well, welcome, Sterling. How are you doing, man? Good to see you back.
Hey, thanks for having me, man. Where you been?
I got 2 strikes on this channel. 2 weeks ago, I got my second strike, so I got knocked off for 2 weeks. I've been streaming to my other channel, my backup channel. So I've still been streaming. Excuse me a second. I've still been streaming, not every day, but almost every day, like a lot. But YouTube, they deleted 2 of my videos. I did 2 live streams in one day, and they deleted both videos and said that it was for medical misinformation. One of the videos that they deleted, I was reading a book written in 19-something, early 1900s.
I'm sorry, I need to split off. Okay, I got
okay, mate. All right, mate.
Okay.
No worries.
Cheers.
No worries.
Thank you. Sorry for didn't hang
later,
out, but
buddy.
yeah, have a good time on the show. Okay,
Enjoy
bye-bye.
the rest of the day, dude. All right. See you later. I can't remember what I was just saying.
Oh, I think
Mine's gone blank.
you were saying you been streaming from your other channel.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I've been streaming from it's my backup channel now. And
yeah, I just subbed to it.
Yeah,
I didn't know you had that.
Yeah. They it's just YouTube being arseholes like they are. You know, I've got trolls who are part of a larger group of trolls that came up a couple of years ago to discredit people that were, and basically to discredit and defame people who were calling people out for being involved in, you know, disgusting things involving children and stuff. And these troll farms came up where they basically attacked anybody that was shedding light on what was going on or had any involvement in supporting anybody that was shedding light on what was going on. And so as a result of that, I've got a troll on my channel who has some sort of special, like, there are some YouTubers who they're like registered with YouTube, and if they flag your video, then it gets taken down. Normally it takes, you know, a number of flags. The number of people have to flag and complain about your video for it to be taken down. But there are certain individuals who have these enhanced not abilities, they have like an enhanced status, so when they flag your video, it just gets taken down. They don't need anybody else to say. And I've got one of those on my channel, so whenever I say anything that basically goes anywhere near the line, I get the video deleted and I get a strike. And you know, it's just their tactics to demoralize and to stop people, to stop the truth from spreading, from stopping people from connecting and talking about things in a realistic manner.
And these people who can who have that power, do they work for YouTube, or what's so special about them?
Essentially, yeah. Essentially, they're working for YouTube. Yeah.
Okay.
They get. I don't think they even get paid. They're just the sort of really sad individuals that enjoy having some sort of status over others, and so, you know, it gives them a sense of power, and that's enough for quite a lot of people. That's enough. You don't even need to give them a financial incentive. You just say, yeah, you're more special than everybody else. When you say something, if you flag a video, that video will be deleted straight away. And it makes them feel like they're powerful, because really, in reality, they are quite powerful, because they have the ability to get videos deleted that haven't even done anything wrong. The Children of the Sun is a book about the migration of ancient civilizations. It's got nothing to do with medical anything. Not even once did I mention the Koof or the Jabba Nation or any of that stuff. Not once, but they still deleted the video.
Was it the video that I joined? That one?
No.
Okay.
Oh, actually, that stream was about 6 hours long. It might have been that video, actually. It might have been that one, but it was Crystal Shaman came on and was talking to me about when she got sick. She got really sick, and she was saying she didn't have the jab and she got really sick. And so she was speaking out against anybody that was saying that there is no illness. She was saying there absolutely is an illness, because I've had it and I nearly died from it. So we didn't speak out against the narrative. Actually, what she was saying was supporting the narrative a little bit, but they still deleted the video.
Yeah, because I remember we talked about that subject lightly and a lot of other ones that were probably controversial. So
yeah, they oh man, whatever. I'm it on small channels. It's a lot harder to be taken seriously about things like this because people will think and they'll say, "You're just a tiny channel. Why would they even care about you? Why would they even care about you? Just a tiny channel." Well, I had another channel that had around 5,000 subs, and they deleted it. They deleted that channel because they didn't like what I was saying on that channel. I didn't do anything wrong. No, all I did was speak truth. All I did was present official documentation and official figures, facts and figures given by the CDC, given by the World Health Organization, their own words, sharing their own pages from their own websites and getting deleted for medical misinformation.
how dare you? How dare you repeat facts as they're presented to us?
Exactly.
The nerve.
But they've been before the whole COVID thing. I was already speaking out against the narrative, against any narrative. I was already speaking out against the narrative about the shape of the earth, about space, about government, about all of that. And we actually started talking about the pandemic before it actually even started. We started talking about it back in the December of 2019. We could see it on the horizon. We could see what they were going to do, and so we told everybody. We told everybody what was going to happen, and we got deleted, strikes, and everybody called us fearmongers and conspiracy theorists and all of that stuff. And now here we are, 2.5, nearly 3 years later. Basically everything that we said has come true. So
you could see it on the horizon because 3, 4, 5 miles out, it's still flat. It doesn't drop off.
Yes, mate, exactly. And on a clear day, you can see as far as your eyes will let you. Skylar, my friend, you're awesome, and I love you, right? But I really can't bring you in on the stream. You're too young. I'm really sorry, but you're too young for the stream. We're talking about stuff that you're not really ready to talk about yet. In a couple of years, you might be, but right now, I don't think you're really ready to talk about this sort of stuff. And like I said before, my channel is for over 18s. It's for adults. It's not for youngsters, I'm afraid, my friend. I'm really sorry, mate. So I'm not gonna bring you back in because it's just not a good idea. I'm really sorry. I got Skylar sat in the backstage in the green room. Wants to come back on again.
I thought for sure that was going to be one of those porn bombers or something like that.
Do you know what I did as well? And I was sat there ready to remove but when he moved the camera to show that he was playing the game, I was ready for something else to be shown. And so I was there ready to just remove him from the stream because Skylar, no offense, mate, but what happens to people like me is that people that we don't know come on the stream and then they share naughty videos, really naughty videos that aren't allowed to be shown on YouTube. and it's all designed to get the channel deleted. And I've already had one channel deleted, and I have these porn bot trolls coming in and spamming my chat with links to porn sites and stuff. And so you have to appreciate that my guard is up all the time. I never ever let it down. It was the same with Sterling when Sterling first came on, because Sterling did the same thing. You did the same thing as Skylar. You put in live streaming, came across my channel, and came in, and we had a fantastic conversation.
Yeah, we did.
I wasn't expecting an 11-year-old to jump in.
That's when I saw it. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna come back after this is all settled. You know.
Yeah.
I don't need my
I didn't
picture.
want to be rude.
I'm sorry?
I didn't want to be rude, you know. I didn't want to be rude because, you know, crikey, I think at the end of the day, these children need to learn this stuff, and they need to learn it quick, smart. They need to, because they're not being taught it in school.
You put a quick lesson on them. I heard a part of
it. Oh God, can you just imagine? Mummy, is Justin Trudeau evil? This man said that Justin Trudeau's evil.
Why do I have the feeling mommy's like checked out on the couch, like 2 bottles of wine in?
I don't know. I wouldn't want to make any.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be funny now. I just
but I know I get what you're saying though. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not taking shots. My point is that like a kid, an 11-year-old, just with free access to the internet, go. Here you go. Here's the internet. Go. Like, what is going on? You know,
dangerous, isn't it? It's dangerous.
It's strange to me, but yeah.
Well, I mean, you're. I can't remember how old you are. You're around the same age, or a couple of years younger. How old are you?
I'm 37.
You're 37, right? So you're 8 years my junior.
Okay.
I'm 40. I've just turned 45, and I can remember very, very clearly, very vividly. I remember when the internet started. I remember when personal computers, you know, first came on the scene, and then when laptops first came on the scene, and then the internet and dial-up modems and all of that. When it all first started, I was, when we first got the internet, I was about probably 13 or 14 or something, and we had a dial-up modem, and there really wasn't. The search engines didn't exist really. There were search engines, but not like Google. You know, there was Mr. Jeeves or something, and
Ask Jeeves.
Ask Jeeves, yeah, that was it. And another, you know, there were Yahoo and Bing and all these other search engines, but it wasn't like it is now. It was harder to find things because when you searched for stuff, everything came up. And so it wasn't ordered, you know, it wasn't so ordered. They didn't put in your face what they wanted you to see right away. You searched and everything came up. So it took a lot longer to find things, and it took so long for pictures to download. You couldn't get videos. What's it called? The software application that they use to actually stream videos and stuff. None of that existed. You couldn't do any of that. So in that respect, it was a lot safer. There wasn't as much access to pornography and stuff. I remember at 14, 15 years old trying to find porn, and all you could get was pictures, and it would take 20 minutes for the picture to download. Segment by segment, like line by line, 15 minutes. Oh, there's the first nipple. And, it was, you know, but now, Jesus, now it's scary. The stuff that just all you've got to be able to do is use a keyboard and you know, be a little bit savvy about computers, and all children are savvy when computers are concerned. So They know more about computers than the bloody adults do. It's just dangerous. It's a dangerous. I don't think that children should be allowed on the internet. Full stop. I think it should be like drinking or getting tattoos or watching porn. You can watch, like, you cannot watch porn until you're 18 years old. You shouldn't be allowed on the internet until you're 18 years old. Your mind is too porous and too, it hasn't developed enough. Your understanding hasn't developed enough. And yeah, it's I would advocate for children being kept from going online, basically, until they're at least 16 or 18 years old.
Well, it should certainly be restricted. Some certain apps maybe you could use, certain websites you could visit, but like I have a feeling, and I'm trying to be nice. I have a feeling that if his mom or dad came in and saw him on YouTube talking to some grown people in a chat room, they would hopefully freak out.
Yeah. This is what I was thinking with Skylar. If Skylar's parents, one of Skylar's parents were to come in and see, their 11-year-old sat there chatting to grown men on a YouTube channel, who knows what we're talking about. If I was a parent, I would not be happy with that at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess he had a streaming chair. I checked out his channel like when he was typing in the chat, and he was like showing off his little trucks and his little toys. I said,
I saw that.
I said, no way, this is real. No way.
Yeah.
Sure enough.
Yeah.
It's real.
And like I said, my apologies, Skylar. I'm really sorry, but in this day and age, it's not easy to tell, and also, we're not allowed to assume somebody's gender now in this day and age where we are. So I don't know. I can't say if Skylar was a male or was a girl or a boy. I'm not entirely sure, and that's not saying anything bad or nasty about Skylar. I mean, young children are young children. They don't, you can't always tell if it's a boy or a girl. So, and Skylar, is it, like I said, Skylar, I think, is kind of a unisex name. I've only ever known girls that are called Skylar. So it might actually be that we were speaking to a young lady, but I don't know. And I don't want to offend or anything, Seemed like a really nice person.
They seem like a very nice person themselves, Skylar.
Yeah.
They will figure it out. They will be fine. I'm just gonna leave it up to them.
Yeah. No. That, do you know that designation of pronouns they and them actually could be used for every single one of us.
Go on.
Because technically, every single person that you're speaking to, you are speaking to more than one person. It's more than one person that stood there talking to you, because of all the different aspects of that person's ego, plus their spirit, their soul, their higher self. When you're speaking to an individual, you're speaking to every possible aspect of them. And the person that you're speaking to at that time, because of whatever's going on, might not be the same person you meet a couple of hours later. If they're under duress or they're stressed or they're angry or upset or something, it's a different person to the person that you spoke to before, because this person's upset. This person was happy, but this person's upset. And different sides of us come out under different situations, don't they? So technically, I have many aspects to my ego. I've got I've got the alpha male aspect of me that, you know, won't take any shit off anybody. I've got the intellectual side of me. I've got the ignorant side of me, the stupid side, the funny side. I've got all these different aspects to my personality. And so technically I am they or them.
You know, growing up in the South, you know, we talked really slow and we didn't always use the best grammar, didn't have the best role models around us. But my dad actually taught English and literature in the college setting for a while. And he got his master's in English, actually, if I'm not mistaken. And he would always be correcting us, even as a younger than 11. As a 4-year-old, 5-year-old, I'd run up in church and I'd run up and it'd be a race between me and my sister to get to the elevator because I wanted to mash the button. I want to mash the button, Daddy. And he said, potatoes are mashed, buttons are pressed. And this is just the type of guy my dad was. He would correct you who and whom, you know, the whole 9 yards. And, you know, this was 30 years ago. And I remember, actually, this did come up. Someone was referred to as them. Like, if you don't know, maybe you should talk to your doctor and tell them that you have this concern. For example, my dad corrected me. He said that's not correct because them is plural. And I'm not trying to get into that, but this was 30 years ago. He was like, I was like, then what should I say? He or she is what my dad said. And then he or she will advise you. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, this was 30 years ago. So when I first heard them being referred to as a single person, it threw me for a loop. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'll be right back.
You're right. You're right, mate.
I'm going to use the restroom too. I'll be right back.
No worries. The it's true, and like that shooter recently in Colorado, was it? Who is gender neutral or whatever it is, and likes to be referred to as they and them. And I just remember thinking, well, anybody that's gonna go and do something like that is gonna have some sort of multiple personality disorder anyway. So you know, makes sense. Somebody with multiple personality disorder or borderline multiple personality disorder, be quite accurate to refer to them as they or them, because they have all these different personalities within their being, which really is just exaggerated aspects of the ego. Shout out to the chat room, Brian Evans. You're the only one talking, mate. You are the only one talking. Jim Dillinger, if you're still here. Squirrel Sniper. Skylar, if you're still here. I'm sorry, man. I'd love to bring you on, but I don't think it's appropriate. Drunk or stoned? I'm stoned. Brian, I don't get drunk. I haven't touched alcohol since 2013, but I would give my right arm to be stoned right now. This isn't weed. This is a cigarette. The filter. It's not weed. I'm not smoking. I'm smoking weed. As much as I wish I was, I don't have any, and I can't afford any. So, so who have we got? Who have we still got in the chat? Apart from the walrus, Brian. Anyone still chatting? We've only got 5 people watching.
Let's see who's in the chat. I just see Brian.
Yeah, only Brian's talking at the moment. So, Yeah, how's it? Listen, dude, how have you been since the last time we spoke? How's life been?
Oh, I've been doing well. I think we talked about my buddy Dan, who has a channel. He was in the hospital, maybe,
Yep.
and he just came home yesterday. He's doing well.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant.
He's gonna be sober. He has cirrhosis of the liver, so he can't drink
Yeah,
whatsoever.
yeah, I remember you saying.
Yeah. So it's been years since he's been sober. He's got like 3 weeks today, I think. So
That's going to be tough for him. That's going to be
it
really tough for him.
it is, because his social life was built around that live stream, which is called the Pandemic Pub. So literally, it was built around drinking and hanging out with your buddies. You know what I mean? But drinking.
That's it. It was in his channel, so like sampling whiskeys and stuff, and it was part of his makeup
Absolutely,
to
absolutely.
review alcohol.
Absolutely. But anyway, he's back. He's sober. He's doing well. And what else has been going on? I'm working on a channel. It's actually supposed to premiere on the 20th, Tuesday the 20th at 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be a comedy channel. And
brilliant.
Yeah. I'm the host, and it's going to be like an open mic for comedy. And I'm going to start with like 5 comedians, contestants, whatever, and they get up to 5 minutes apiece, and then the audience votes on the winner at the end.
Wait, right now, when you came on last time, I remember because you did the comedy bit, and you told and told some jokes, and I remember, and it reminded me of a few weeks before. I forget how long, but a few weeks before, maybe a month or 6 weeks before, I had Bane Bear come on.
A few weeks before.
You're not Bane Bear. And Bane Bear was in here, was in my chat earlier. Bane Bear came in and said, "Hey, that's not you. You're not Bane Bear."
No. The short answer is no. I never heard of.
Right. Well, Bane Bear is a comedian as well.
Okay.
Bane Bear came on my channel a little while ago and did some stand up on my channel. So Bane Bear, you should make sure you put a comment in the chat, Sterling, so that people can find your channel. Is it going to be on that channel?
Absolutely, yes. And I'll definitely leave a link, and I'll update you before the 20th. I'll come on and remind you maybe. Yeah, I was worried. I didn't know what happened to you. I wish I had your other channel, or I would have jumped on there.
Yeah, have you got it now?
Yeah, I saw you posted today, and I saw I subbed to it. Yeah.
Cool.
Let's see what else is going on. That's about it, really. That's about it. Yeah. Everything good with you?
Yeah, everything's just the same. It's Groundhog Day. Every day is the same, really. And I came down with something last week. Last Monday, I came down with something, man flu type thing. I was in and out of fever and headaches, and all of that for about 8 days. And I'm finally now just about clear of it. I've still got a little bit of crap on my chest, but other than that, just trying to survive, man. Just trying to survive, because I don't have any source of income. I've only got my channel and generous people that send donations in to help me, get by and meet my living expenses. Up until COVID happened, up until 2020, I never had to ask for a penny off of anybody, because I earned good money doing what I do. And since then, since all of that being destroyed, basically, I've been having to rely on handouts from good people that watch my channel. So yeah, I've been it's been stressful because I'm behind. I've got my landlord banging on my door every day. Where's my money? Where's my money? I haven't got it today. I told you, as soon as I've got it, I'll tell you. As soon as I've got it, I'll message you and let you know, hey, I've got your money. I'm going down the bank now to pick it up. But it doesn't matter. Every single day, where's my money? You got my money? It's just like, mate, do you not understand simple English? I've even said it to him in Spanish, and he still doesn't. It doesn't seem to sink in. But he's got, I'm not the only one that's struggling. So there's 3, 4, 5 other people on this floor, and I think only one of them has kept up with his rent.
Wow.
The others they're all behind. Yesterday, I went the whole day without any internet because he had a little temper tantrum and a fit, and came down and ripped out the router and everything, and just disappeared with it all. And like, I'm sat here working away, and suddenly it all goes beep. I'm like, what? Hey? And I go outside to look to see if the router's reset itself or something, and it's not there. I'm like, huh? So I go walk around, try and find it. And I was find Manuel. Manuel's like, yeah, it's him. He's gone.
Arriba.
Gone mad. Yeah, he lives upstairs. The landlord lives upstairs, and he's just gone. He's gone mad. He's gone crazy because of rent, whatever. And I said to him, if he takes away the internet, and I've got no access to the internet, which I've had for the last 3 years, don't expect any more money. There'll be no possible way for me to get any money at all, or to be able to contact anybody or anything. The internet is my sole source of contact for anybody. When the internet's gone, that's it. I'm here and I'm stuck, and I got no way of contacting anybody. So yesterday I freaked out a bit, and just said to him basically, if you want any hope of getting any money at all, you better put that fucking router back. Within half an hour, the router was back. So
yeah, he didn't think that one through ahead of time.
No. But just on that note as well, just shout out to Hippie Shake. I don't think Hippie Shake is here right now, but Hippie Shake sent me she sent me a little bit of money the other day, and so did Jennifer.
Right.
So thanks to you guys. Thank you very much, guys. It's very, very much appreciated. It should hit my account Monday or Tuesday because of the time it takes to transfer it from PayPal and everything. PayPal have taken away my ability to transfer money the same day. I used to be able to transfer money the same day and pay 1% to do it for the pleasure of doing it. You have to pay 1%. No, they've decided to take that ability away from me now. Now I have to wait 2 to 3 days, 2 to 3 working days for anything. So
why are they taking it?
Why? Just to make things difficult, to make life a bit more difficult. That's their only reason for doing it. Their only reason for doing anything is to make life difficult, to make you frustrated, angry, upset, depressed, demoralized, disenfranchised. All of these things, they like to encourage that feeling by removing your control, making you completely beholden to them.
Yeah. And that's when you realize like how much you rely on something like the internet. As soon as you don't have it, you're like, well, I know what I'll do. I'll grab. No, I can't do that. But I'll just do it. No, I can't. No, you know what I mean? You can't do anything.
That's it. Like all I can do is watch the things that are saved on my hard drive, which it keeps me entertained. But it's quite a surprising psychic blow when it happens, because it's like suddenly you're on a raft in the middle of the ocean. That's what it feels like. It feels like suddenly you're stuck on a raft in the middle of the ocean. You got absolutely no way of contacting anybody or telling anybody, And it's like, wow. The last time it happened, I went 8 days not being able to get online, not being able to get into my group or anything. And people started to worry and were like, what the hell's happened? And put the feelers out on Facebook and stuff. And I had somebody come to me here. It was Manuel came and showed me something that had been posted up on Facebook saying, has anybody seen my friend Richie? And yeah, it's disempowering when it happens.
Yeah, that's what happened to my friend Dan. He didn't stream for like 2 or 3 days, and everybody freaked out because he streams every day. Everybody was looking for him and everything, checking obituaries and the jails, see if he got locked up.
Yeah.
But I've been on a lot of open panels lately. Just the same way I found yours, just clicking the link and getting up there. I'm not sure if I told you about the speed dating channels.
No.
Oh yeah, there's only a few
speed dating channels.
Yeah, speed dating. So well, it's sort of like each channel does it differently, but there's this one called Melly Monaco, and she has the pineapple show, and she'll bring up her friends who are like really hot, and she'll bring up her friend on the panel, and then you can click the link and try to flirt with her friend, ask her out, whatever. And they're just basically like skipping people left and right, left and right, left and right. Nope, 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 nope. And I got up there. I clicked the link. Didn't know what I was doing. Turns out she has 450,000 subscribers. Over 70,000 people watched this video that I was in. 70,000 people saw me get shut down. And
you got shut down.
Oh yeah, it was brutal, mate.
How quickly?
Brutal. You know what? It lasted a while. Like, do you want to see it? I'm not sure. I don't think it's copywritten. I don't know. You probably don't want to see it. It's probably boring.
Yeah, man. Yeah, come on, put it up.
Are you
if
sure?
you can share it. Yeah,
Okay,
share it to the thing, and I'll bring it in.
Cool. All right, give me 10 seconds.
That'll be interesting to see. We'll be going 2 hours 23 minutes. I'm just going to play a quick video just while we're waiting. Everyone remember this? In the middle right now. Dance with me, baby. Dance with me, baby. Dance with me, baby. Got a body tonight. Dance with me, baby. Dance with me, baby. Dance with me, baby. Got a body tonight. In the middle right now. In the middle right now. In the middle right now. In the middle. In the middle right now. In the middle. In the middle right now. In the middle. There, ladies and gentlemen, is the President, Prime Minister of the Ukraine.
Cooking soda, babe.
Hey man. So I just put a video on quick, so I didn't have to sit here and wax lyrical about anything. So, you got it?
Yeah, I put it in the private chat.
Oh, it's in the private chat, right? Hang on.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, this is. I should be embarrassed, but I'm not. I don't care.
How do you know where you are in it?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm going to tell you. 1 hour 16 minutes.
At 1 hour and 16.
1:16. Yeah. So yeah, you'll get the gist of it. She turned down like 100 dudes this night.
See.
And I didn't know anything about this channel, didn't know her, didn't know. I just hit the link, just like I did with you. You know what I mean? And when I was backstage, I was like, wow, there's like 12,000 people watching this right now. But I just went up there and gave it my best shot. I was only up there for. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go on. What were you going to say? You were only up there?
I'm up on the panel for like a minute, maybe even less, so it won't take long if you want to play it.
Here we go.
Yeah, you tell me how I did. I'll let the audience decide.
Can you see that?
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm after this dude. So perfect.
There we go, right.
So the dude on the left is the co-host, and he is helping out the girl, obviously in the middle, and then they're bringing up people on the right to try to flirt with her. So yeah.
Talk to me. I don't know. Pineapple. Yeah, you don't want to talk to me? Hi, Sterling.
How you doing? Thanks for having me.
No problem. Thank you for coming.
You know, during COVID, I've been binging a lot of shows. Yeah, one was my childhood favorite, Unsolved Mysteries. Did you see that show?
No, you know, it's funny because I like a bunch of like the homicide and like weird stuff, but this one I can't get into it.
Unsolved Mysteries? Oh, it's the best. Robert Stack, and they had it back in the day, and they brought it back with a new season. Yeah,
Okay,
Unsolved
I saw it on Netflix. I saw the new season, but I mean, I saw the little thing, but I didn't click it. I like Dateline and all types of documentaries that are weird,
but you know, if you think about it, like Unsolved Mysteries, is there any other kind
of what
of mystery of mystery? You know what I mean? Like, once the mystery is solved, it's no longer.
Oh, got you.
yeah. I mean, like, there's no solved mystery.
Yeah.
I mean,
so you're saying they were redundant with the title?
Pretty much,
yeah. A little bit. I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, like, once it's solved,
you like black women?
I'm sorry.
You like black women?
Yeah.
You ever had one?
Have I ever had one?
Yeah.
Like, you say it like my property? No. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Like, have I ever?
I like him.
I mean, have I had one? Like in my basement?
Okay. Have you
sounds weird.
Have you dated one?
Of course. Yeah. The first girl I dated was black. I'm from a town that was 80% black. I'm from South Carolina.
Okay.
And the school I went to was like 95% black.
Oh, so you down with the culture?
I know what not to say. I spent K-12 trying not to get beat up. You know what I mean? And never fit in fully, and never was really accepted. Nobody wanted to date the nerdy white dude.
Are you a
you
Trump
know what I mean? But that's okay.
You support Trump?
No, I do not, and I don't support Joe Biden either.
Damn. What about?
I voted third party, and I'm actually running for mayor. Yeah.
You got you one.
Yeah, I'm running for mayor, and then I want to run for United States Senate, and then I want to run for president. And I feel like Melly is Melly, right?
Yes.
Would you by my side?
He could run the nation.
We can do it better than Obama. We can do it better than Michelle. We can do it better than Barack did it. I'm convinced.
Sterling, do you have kids?
No. My lawyer said that if it happened in another country, then legally, no, I'm kidding. I don't have kids. No.
Do you want kids? Because you made a face like, nah, like it's.
I go back and forth. I feel like that's the biggest responsibility. But I could be convinced. Maybe one, maybe probably not two, but maybe one.
Wait, what happened?
Hey Zach, bro, what game you're playing now? Bro, this is Axie Infinity. It's the biggest play to earn.
I don't want to convince somebody to have kids. I don't
want to convince somebody to have kids.
I should have done my research.
You're muted. Yeah. So,
5 more seconds.
You did well. You held your ground there.
If you don't mind, 5 more seconds. Let's hear what they say about me.
Oh yeah.
I want you to want to have kids, or at least one.
I like you, Sterling.
He was funny. And he's witty. I like him.
Hey, what's going on, Melly?
He likes you, Sterling.
Yeah, they both did. I got it. I had them laughing. I was talking, telling stories, and then I messed up. I fumbled the kid question. She wants to have 1 or 2 kids, and she wants you to be adamant about it. You know what I mean? I kind of waffled because I'm not really sure. Like I was being honest, and that's where I went wrong, Richie. I should have stuck to the lies. I was doing good with the lies, and then I messed around and told the truth. Idiot.
Well,
anyway, I just wanted you to get a kick out of that.
She's got oh man, my what's the word? My perception of girls that flaunt themselves, that expose too much of themselves really than is necessary. It says a lot to me about that person. So like I wouldn't even give this girl the time of day because she's sat there with her titties hanging out, and it's like, and she'll probably sit there, if you were to sit there in front of her in a bar or something, and because we're men and it's hard for us to not be distracted by a decent rack, and she's got a nice rack, and she's a pretty girl and she looks like she's got green eyes, which means she's a cousin of mine, but she it's like you can just imagine somebody like that just turning around and going, "Oh, my eyes are up here. Why aren't you looking here? Why are you just staring at my tits all the time?" Well, I'm staring at your tits all the time, love, because you've got them on display for me. So that's an invitation, as far as I'm concerned, to look upon your breasts. If you don't want me to look at your tits, don't have them hanging out. Don't be sat there wearing negligee. She's wearing negligee. She's not wearing clothes. She's wearing a fucking little top that, you buy in Victoria's Secret.
But hey, so yeah, I agree. Like, I'm certainly not heartbroken about it, but like, I had already hit the link. Then I realized, oh, this is a dating show. Okay, I'm gonna just give it my best. I was already that far. Like, like, I certainly didn't cry myself to sleep. But it was fun. I just had.
What I like about you, Sterling, is your adaptability. Like, you chuck yourself, you jump into a situation and you read it there. Like, right, where am I? And you read it there on the spot and behave accordingly, or while still being yourself. Yeah. But obviously you're very quick to adapt.
I'm getting better at it. At it. Jumping on like 10 different live streams a day is certainly keeps you on your toes and ready for anything. So anyway, that's the Pineapple Show. So now the question is, like, so on that episode was the 100th episode. So she had herself on the chopping block, so to speak.
Right.
Usually she brings up her friends. Okay. So now, can I go back on the show when she brings her girlfriend up? Like after I've already tried to get at her, you know what I mean? She might be like, oh, you know what I mean? Like she might call me out.
Yeah,
Like,
man.
I don't know either. But her friends are.
Or you could go back on and say, "Hey, Melly, I've had a good think about it, and I definitely want children." What are you saying?
But you know, that might be kind of desperate. I don't know how to play it, so I'm still thinking about it. But even if I never go back, it's okay, man. It was fun. I don't care. You know, I don't care.
It's an experience, isn't it? It's a getting to taste a little bit of something else. Like,
Yeah, absolutely. And everybody in the chat was like, at first, especially, they were like, Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeffrey Dahmer. And how did they know? How did they know? Gave it.
Oh shit! Sorry, did I not wipe my mouth? Fuck.
Exactly. So yeah, it's that's an interesting channel. She also does a talent show.
Okay.
Once a week, and people just go up there. Sometimes it's mostly music, or they play instruments. Very rarely does anyone do comedy. But yeah, so she does that once a week. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, $100 gift prize, cash prize, and
I think comedy has got to be one of the hardest things. Absolutely, one of the hardest things to get up there and be successful at. You know, like it's got to be harder than learning an instrument and getting up and play. You know, you sit there and practice a song, practice it for long enough, learn the words, learn how to, learn how to sing and perform. You can polish it up and you can make it better. If you can't tell jokes, you just can't tell jokes, man.
like once you get your song polished, on this same little analogy, once you get your song polished and you got a hit, you got a banger, people, you could be playing it 5 years from now at your concert, 10 years, 20 years from now, the over, and people will be over and over and over and over till you're sick of it. But rarely, if not ever, do you hear a comedian come out and say that same joke that everyone's.
Exactly.
You can't do that. You got to come up with new stuff. So you only get one chance to give that joke. You only got one shot, because once they've heard it, whether it lands or not, you got to move on to the next one.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's so true. It's so true, and it's like oh man, my brain's just gone blank. I fucking hate that. I'm just about to say something. I was just I thought of something as you were saying that, and then just as I'm about to say it, yeah, it's gone.
Well, I tell you what.
It's like no, that was it. Like what's his name? That fat lad that thinks he's funny, English, in the loosest term. Using the term in its loosest way possible, comedian. What's his name?
You talking about the dude who does the karaoke in the car?
Yes.
I forget it. Watch his show, but I know who you're talking about.
He tells Ricky Gervais's joke from I don't know how many years before, and straight away people are on it. They're like, "That's not your joke."
Yeah,
that's Ricky Gervais's joke. And not only that, you've just told it in exactly the same way that Ricky Gervais told it. You haven't even changed the delivery. It's like he tried to emulate Ricky Gervais when he did it, and it's a perfect example. It's like it's weird, like you say, like a person can come up and say, Meatloaf writes one album and then has a 20-year career based on that one album.
People love it.
People still love it, and they hear it again and again and again. Everybody, and people get nostalgic, but you don't get nostalgic about jokes. No. It's you can get nostalgic about the comedian, but not about the jokes that he told. Well, maybe. Oh, do you remember that joke? It's like the Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy's Delirious, and what was his other one? Raw. When he told the joke about the ice cream, Mom. The ice cream man is coming! Mom, throw down some money! It can make people chuckle, hearing it again, but it's just in a memory, you know. It's like, but it's been done. If anybody gets up and does that joke now, it's not going to be funny. People will just rip the shit out of you for retelling a joke.
Yeah, it wouldn't be
Corden, James Corden. That's it, James Corden. That's his name. Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't even be as funny if Ricky did it again, and then let him on. If somebody named Corbin did it, Gordon, whatever. Nah, it's definitely not going to be as funny. And I feel like if people go up to Eddie Murphy, they might say, "Hey, do that one about the ice cream or whatever it is." But I think more often, they'll probably go up to it and say, "Tell me a joke." They want a new one. They want something new that they've heard. Make me laugh. You know what I mean? Not that same old ish doing. I'm going to grab a beer real quick, and when I get back, I'm going to talk about maybe, if you're willing, something controversial. Something I kind of get bored when we agree too much, if that's no offense. but like maybe we could dig into something, because I desperately tried to avoid it, like on our first talk, like disagreeing and going back and forth on something we disagree with. I wanted to be friends, which we are, and we will be if it's up to me. But I would like to kind of get into something we don't agree with. Not an argument or a debate, but just a conversation.
Dude, I hope that our last meeting, and also the conversation that I was having with Nia earlier, me and Nia don't agree. We disagree on things. Like, we disagree about our conspiracy theories on religion and football and all kinds of stuff. And that's what makes life interesting, is disagreeing with somebody. Like, life would be an extremely boring. This world would be an extremely boring place if everybody just agreed with each other, man. The best thing is being able to disagree with somebody but still remain friends afterwards.
And have your dog close by at the same time. That's eating right now. All right, I'm gonna grab it here.
This isn't a dog. This is a little rat. He's not really a dog. my other dog's up on the bed over there, but yeah.
The proper dog?
Yeah, go on, grab a beer, mate. Grab a beer. I'll pop a video on quickly while you're grabbing a beer.
Think about some topics that we might disagree on. I think I have one, but I'll let you know when I get back.
All right, mate. Cool. I'm gonna pop a video on just while we're waiting. back. So, controversial.
What song is that?
I don't know. It's just a musical, instrumental type thing that I put with a video that I'd made a couple of years ago.
I like it.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it?
Sounds like Joe Food. He does a lot of free videos. But anyway, yeah, I got one. I'm gonna jump right into it. Are you ready? So this is a thought experiment, okay? And I don't remember everything we talked about last time, so remind me. Did I tell you about my ancestor who could fly?
Oh.
I'm gonna get it started, and if you remember it, let me know. I'll bore you with it.
Your mic is cutting in and out. It's very, very quickly as well. It's like cutting in and out. I don't know.
I'll drop down.
Yeah, come back in. Welcome, old Uncle Aha.
Hopefully it's better.
Yeah. Got to talk?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to check it out. Maybe I should go into
that's better.
Maybe I should go into my audio settings, but I can put on the echo cancellation and automatically adjust volume.
I'll
turn
put
it on.
I'll put my mic on mute. I'll mute myself as well because sometimes that cuts out the other. But yeah, go on, come on. Some are controversial.
Yeah,
your relative who could fly. I don't really. I think I kind of remember, but I can't clearly. So you'll have to remind me.
I may not have gone into it. So yeah, this is a thought experiment. It's what I call the what Pine Creek calls the Flying Man thought experiment. And I'll just put all my cards on the table. It is a thought experiment, and I'm trying to get you to doubt your faith, if that's okay, respectfully.
You have to understand what my faith is.
Well, that's true. That's probably true. And here's what I would say to that. Do you believe that Jesus died on the cross for your sins and resurrected 3 days later?
I do not believe the biblical paradigm given to us. I think it's based on a truthful story about a real man, but I do not believe the biblical paradigm. I think it's a control mechanism. But I believe in Yeshua. I believe in the Almighty Creator of everything. But I don't know if that was a man or a woman or an androgynous being or a collection of a number of beings, or I know that this earth was created, that this realm that we're in was created, and that we were created. We didn't evolve to where we are now. We were created. We landed on this earth as we are.
Okay, I hear you. Okay, and let me just clarify a couple of things, and we can still do the experiment. It doesn't either way. It doesn't matter. But so, do you believe that Jesus is God or the Son of God, or
I believe that that Yeshua, or the character that this story is based on, was my brother. And as my if he was a son of God, then so am I, and so are you.
Well, very well. That does I'm glad we clarified that, because it does put a little damper on the thought experiment. I was hoping you believed those things, but that's okay. It doesn't matter, because the thought experiment is brilliant, and maybe you could even use it on other people, or maybe not, but just appreciate it. Hopefully, it goes like this. Okay, and play along with me. So, my great ancestor, yeah, he could fly, and he flew across the Grand Canyon. Not with a jetpack or wings or an airplane, nothing like that. He just took off on his own 2 feet. He ran, he jumped, and he flew across the Grand Canyon and came and landed back. And the thought experiment goes like, that's all I'm telling you for now. Do you believe that that actually happened? Do you believe that it's true? And then we try to get the person to tell us, yeah, hopefully yes or no. Do you believe it? So I guess I'm asking you, do you believe that my ancestor flew across the Grand Canyon? And it's not a trap, but it is a thought experiment. But don't worry too much about being right or wrong. Let's just go with it if you can, if you don't mind.
So my answer probably isn't the one you're looking for, but I believe that anything is possible, and I wouldn't discount the possibility of it happening. It'd be easy to just say, no, don't be ridiculous. What, he did a Neo? When did a Neo jumping across the buildings? That's what he did, is it?
Yeah,
There was
like
a time when I would have thought like that, but now I think anything's possible, man. And I can't say no. I can't say that that's not possible.
And this gets we'll get a little bit in the weeds here, and that's a fair response and answer. I would have said something very similar. But to be fair, I didn't ask, is it possible or could it be? Do you believe it is possible? I'm asking, I just told you something that I'll just say is kind of crazy. I told you something, I said that I believe it, and then I asked you, do you believe that it happened? And I just want to try one more time to hold your feet to the fire and find out if you believe that that happened, what I just told you, based off of only what I just told you. Is that enough for you to believe that it happened and it's true?
I don't know you well enough. So
Very
no.
well. Perfect answer. Perfect. I wouldn't believe it either if someone told me something like that. If you told me that, I'd be like, okay, well, no disrespect, but I don't believe that. All right, so, and then, I'll put my cards on the table further. I layer the evidence as it relates to the resurrection of Jesus. And I start with the weakest evidence first, just that I told you it happened. Do you believe it? And then I said, well, and then what if I said, okay, yeah, I wouldn't believe it either, but about 20 years after he flew across the Grand Canyon, a creed was released, and it was written that my ancestor, it was written 20 years later, that my ancestor flew across the Grand Canyon in front of 500, and then in front of 12, and then in front of the author of this creed. And then I ask you, do you believe it now?
The way my mind works, I'd say, who wrote it?
Who
wrote
wrote
that
it?
creed?
Who wrote it? It was alleged that his brother wrote it. His brother James.
Again, it still all goes back to how well I know that person. So because me now the man that I am now, I don't believe a fucking word anybody says unless I know them, unless I know their character. So I would have to say, just given the the information, I wouldn't just believe it. No.
Right. Based off
knowing
of
what I know about media and the recording of historical events and everything. No, I wouldn't believe it.
I wouldn't either. But what if I told you that somewhere between, oh gosh, it was like 60 to 100 years after my ancestor flew, 4 of his very good friends each wrote a journal and they detailed about how he flew across the Grand Canyon, and it wasn't signed, it wasn't dated, and some of the accounts were slightly different, but there was 4 separate books that were written about it that it happened 60 to 100 years after it happened. And then I would ask him, do you believe me now? You see where this is going. I won't bore you with the whole thing. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, this is a difficult subject because of what I know about, or what I think I know about biblical scripture, about the canonization of that scripture, about the you know, the narrative behind it. Basically, it comes to us via people that are notoriously liars. They're notorious liars. They're cheats and thieves and liars. So I don't really believe anything that is being pushed by anybody that like, yeah. No, I don't. I wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it. I don't like. But that's only because of what I know about how we've been deceived through the media and recorded events deliberately. They only record the events. They only allow the events that they want to be recorded, and that's for there's an intention behind that. There's a agenda behind that. So yeah.
And you could go on, if I'll wrap this up real quick, but you could go on to say, well, actually, many people's lives were changed because of my flying ancestor. They put their faith in him, and they got off of alcohol and drugs. They turned their life around, and they had hope, meaning, and purpose. Now do you believe me? And then I could say, oh, well, then, 500 years after it happened, a book was written that says that people were still talking about it. Oh, and by the way, there was martyrs too. People were willing to die for my flying man ancestor. And because so many times you hear about, well, with Christianity specifically, and I'm not knocking it for anybody, I ain't coming at y'all, like, I'm not coming at you, but what you do hear oftentimes is that it's a cumulative case. Yeah. Why do you believe in Christianity? Why, tell me your reason for your faith. And, oh, well, it's a cumulative case, and it's this and it's that. And what the flying man experiment does is it hits you one at a time to see, like, when your mind would change. And if you use the same criteria and apply it to my flying man ancestor, even though it's a hypothetical, even though I admit it didn't happen, if you use those same facts, allegations, evidence, proof, whatever, and apply it, it's funny that it won't prove my flying man ancestor, but that same or similar evidence could prove a different God. You see what I'm saying? And I just think it's a fun thought experiment, not to show, I don't think I'm smarter than anybody, but it's actually helpful for me to learn, like, what was it that convinced that person? And I think we should all examine the reasons that we believe something. It's called the epistemology. I Googled YouTube, a lot of epistemology channels on YouTube. There's some really good ones. Pine Creek's probably the best. And it's just interesting to see what people consider evidence, what people consider proof, and how much they have to see or believe or hear. Or, I don't know. I'm a nerd, but to me, it's very, very interesting.
No, I completely agree. Epistemology and also etymology. I'm really fascinated by etymology, the root of words, the root meaning of words, because it's through language that they've deceived us. It was through language originally that they deceived us. That was their first deception for us, was through language. And then after language came sound, and then after sound came film and media. So they first started changing the stories that we were being told. They put them into print and changed them some more. And then over time, those stories get gradually adapted and changed, and through the translation, multiple translations through different languages, and when you've got things being translated from ancient Hebrew and Aramaic into English, and there's no direct translation for what's being said, and so they just put their best, whatever sounds best to it, because it's now in language now. It's impossible for me to express myself in Spanish in the same way that I can express myself in English, because I don't, I just don't have the knowledge and the familiarity with the Spanish language to be able to express myself. And even if I'd been learning for the last 10 years, I don't think I'd be able to express myself as fully in Spanish as I can in English. And like I said, for me, language was the first tool that they used to muddy the water and to confuse our perception of what's going on. And one of the best examples was back in I'm going to get the date wrong. It was either the 1400s or the 1700s. It might have been, I think it was the 1400s, when there was the Great Vowel Shift. And they introduced these letters A, E, I, O, U into the dictionary, into the alphabet. And with that brought huge confusion, because Hebrew doesn't have any vowels in it. I don't think Arabic, Semitic languages, I don't think have any vowels in them. English and European languages, the languages that came up after the Middle Ages, basically, they changed our language. They changed the meaning of words and the way that we hear and understand words, all through this vowel shift. When you do the research, I haven't personally done the research, but a friend of mine, Paul, his name is, he's got a channel called What the Flock TV, and he did a whole show, more than one show, I think, on the Great Vowel Shift and what that actually meant to language, and what that actually meant to the people, how, that the time that it was brought in and everything that happened afterwards, it was all part of this very, very deliberate ploy to confuse the people, to set us against each other, to cause arguments and rifts, and and so the stories come down in the Bible that it was Babylon, and when they brought down the Tower of Babel and then confused the languages. I propose that story about the Bible didn't happen 2,000, 3,000 years ago. Them confusing the languages happened within the last 1,000 years. That's when they confused the languages. Up until that point, we could all understand each other.
That's an interesting story. So you think that, just to clarify, I want to make sure I understand. You think that before the Tower of Babel, people spoke different languages, and then, like, after that story, people were only speaking. All right, let me back up. A long time ago, they were speaking multiple languages. At the time of the Tower of Babel, everyone was speaking one language. When the tower fell, they went back to speaking many different ones. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm trying to understand.
No, I think the Tower of Babel is a metaphor, and people were able to communicate in one commonly spoken language. There were different dialects and there were different variations, but it was all based around the same sort of rules. So it was easier for people to understand each other. Even if they spoke slightly different languages, it was easier back then for people to understand each other. And that's this whole one language. They spoke one language. I think that what that actually could mean is, like, they spoke one language, the language of love. They they communicated with each other in a universal language. And you could say that love is a universal language. Everybody understands love. Well, not everybody understands it, but do you get what I'm saying?
I do. I think that could be that's interesting, or or even more so, people understand violence, and the language of violence is universal as well. People know when they're being physically threatened. Don't come around my woman. Don't come around my cave. Don't come around my fire, or I'm threatening you. I'm being loud and scary. You know what I mean?
But back in the Tower of Babel, what we're told is a story of how the people cooperated and were able to. And so the gods, they say, oh, if these humans will be able to put whatever they put their minds to, and soon they'll be able to reach us. I think what this was a story that the controllers are portraying themselves as the angels, or or God, whoever it was that was discussing this before they decided to scatter the people and confuse the languages. I think those people that are being represented in the story are actually the controllers that are controlling us now, or the same bloodlines that are controlling us now. And so I agree with you about the language of hatred and fear, but nobody can get anything done when they're in that state. And we're talking about a group of people that cooperated to the level where the people that were in charge controlling things shit their pants and realized that these people that they were controlling were working it all out, and they were going to get to where they were and see what was going on, and they had to stop it. They had to stop it because they couldn't they want to be the elites. They want to be a cut above the rest. They want to be controlling everybody, which means keeping everybody ignorant. If people aren't ignorant, they can't be controlled.
Okay, I follow you. And just going back on that, like you said, how the holy book, the holy scripture, had been translated from one language to the next, Greek, Hebrew, whatever the case may be, and we probably but what that's interesting, because were the translations also inspired by God? Was God active in the translation, or were men wrong when they translated it? But not only that, even within the same language, even if it was even if we had the hard copies, the original ones, even if we could speak Hebrew, which I do not, it sounds like you're going to learn, that's great. But okay, let's say it was in English, it doesn't matter, we still would disagree potentially. Many people do disagree on scripture and what it was intended to mean. And even if in the English language, they would debate about what a particular scripture means, and then it kind of even gets more complicated, like you said, because that was translated from another translation from another translation. So, but even if we had the originals, I feel like we would still disagree. People would still disagree on the meaning and the interpretation of numerous scriptures.
I mean, that's demonstrated in, you go to any book club anywhere about any book, and everybody can read the same book and take completely different things from it, and everybody can watch the same film and take completely different things from it. This is a really good example of how each of us, our perception is unique. It's unique to us. Your perception is absolutely 100% unique to you. So you might hear something in a story that somebody else that nobody else will hear, because they don't have your perception, because they didn't live your life. And so it's a really good example of how. And that's why we need to talk. That's why we need to communicate with each other. That's why the Jehovah's Witnesses became Jehovah's Witnesses, because they started a group, the Watchtower Association, where they were going to scrutinize scripture and to find its true meaning. That was the whole point. That's why Jehovah's Witnesses exist now, because of the Watchtower, which was a Bible study group that was dissecting the scriptures to find the true meaning behind it. It's still going now. They still can't agree now, you know, and I think that's what seems to just fly over the top of people's heads, is that nobody is going to agree. You will get groups of people that agree on everything, but everybody is you will never have a time where everybody agrees on everything. It will always exist. This polarity, this duality will always exist, you know.
And I agree. And here's this might be the last thought I have on this subject, and I'll let you choose the next one. But what I would say, with all respect to anyone who believes in a god or a deity or multiple gods or multiple deities, I would just say that if any holy book were truly inspired, or the actual word of God or gods, then it seems to me, and I get pushback on this, but it seems to me like an omnipotent God, an all-powerful God, could relay a message to each one of us that is so clear that we couldn't possibly misrepresent it, misinterpret it.
Yep.
And people will say, "Oh yeah, but Sterling, the word is there, and you have to pray on it. You have to make sure that you read it and interpret it and get it right." But obviously, people can't agree. So to me, it's like,
who says what's right? Who is it that says what's right? Surely the one that inspired it will be the one that could say what's right. But we're not in, you know, nobody's in a audible conversation with that entity, you know. I absolutely agree with you, dude. I completely agree with you. You know, it's like I feel exactly the same way about people that channel spirits and channel aliens and all of these, you know, oh, I'm speaking to the 9 from the Galactic Federation, and they consider me their envoy for human to relay this message to everybody else. Well, if it was an important message for all of us to hear, and they're able to come down and talk to you in your brain, why don't they do it to everybody so that there's no confusion? Why doesn't God do that so that there's no confusion? And that's where I reached the place that said, because my experience is 100% unique. It's not the same as anybody else's experience, and likewise with anybody else's experience, which means that God for me will not be the same as for anybody else. And so then I started to look inside more, to, you know, like, who am I praying to? When I'm talking, who am I talking to? When I'm praying to God, who is it? What is it? What? And I mean, after 45 years, if God was really there, this, you know, biblical paradigm God, if that was really true, then surely after 45 years of asking and begging and praying and trying to do the right thing, surely that would earn some sort of contact that would allow me to say, absolutely categorically, I spoke to God and he came down and talked to me. But all I can do is say, I've spoken to God and I think that God's spoken to me. But it came through messages that were whispered, and nothing was clear, and I had to decipher what was said. I had to decipher the meaning. I pray, and then 6 months later, life's just gone on, and then I realized 6 months later, hang on a second, my prayer was answered, like almost to the letter. I prayed for this thing, I prayed for, and here we are 6 months later, and that prayer was answered. But because of the momentum of life, you know, and the just the busyness of life, 3-dimensionally, because we don't sit here the whole time in our heads. We have to deal with life. it just gets filed back. You don't think about it, and over the years when I've thought about it, and I think, wow, that prayer that was answered, and that prayer was answered, and that prayer was answered, and they might not have been answered immediately. It might have taken 6 months or a year for the prayer to be answered, but eventually the prayer is answered. But you have to be consciously aware to be able to see it. And the trouble is, most people just get lost, get distracted, get caught up in life, and they get distracted, and they forget that 6 months ago they prayed, please God, you have to help me with this situation. And they said, I promise God, if you answer this prayer, I promise you I'll read my Bible, I'll read the Bible, and I'll be a good man, and I won't ever lie again, all these promises. And the prayer gets answered, and 6 months later you're still the same arsehole that you were before, and you haven't done any of the things that you said you were going to do,
Yeah, I also feel like it, and if I was going to push back on that, even though you're absolutely correct, I would say that some people only count the wins. They don't count the losses. If you've ever been friends with someone who gambles, they're constantly telling you how much they won, constantly telling you how much they won. They never tell you what they lost. And so I feel like it's almost the same way, like, or perhaps it could be, or it was for me, that like when something good happened, when the prayers were answered, I gave that credit to God, and it reinforced my faith. But I really wasn't thinking about all the prayers that I sent out that weren't answered, or so it's almost like you're reinforcing what you already believe, almost, to me. Yeah. And then when something bad happens, that's not God. The good things are God, but the bad things are the devil. Which, yes, God technically allows the devil to do those things. So technically God is, so it gets a little bit tricky for me.
For me, I realized a couple of years ago, it's all linked to ancient Oriental beliefs and stuff about yin and yang and duality. So I recognized a couple of years ago that the biblical paradigm, all the biblical paradigm is a representation of duality. That's all it is. There's good and there's evil. There's left and right, black and white, this or that, them and us. It's this combative polarization that causes friction, right? And then that, for me, because of all my research looking into electromagnetism and the electric state of this universe, and the fact that we are electrical beings, we emit an electromagnetic frequency from our hearts and our brains. Our heart is 400 times stronger than our brain. The field that it gives off, we have an aura, we have a field around us, this toroidal field around us constantly, which is electromagnetic. So if you take the biblical paradigm and you put it into that electromagnetic structure, good versus evil becomes positive and negative. And you need both in order for there to be a circuit. In order for the power to flow, there has to be a positive and a negative. Otherwise, the power doesn't flow. Otherwise, nothing moves, nothing, So in order for this realm to be animated, in order for us to exist, there has to be a polarity between positive and negative that is constantly rubbing up against each other, to cause friction, to cause energy,
chaos,
to transfer the energy. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only transfer from one state to another. And we need this good and bad, left and right, black and white, in order for that transference to take place, in order for this realm to be animated, and for us to exist within it. it has to exist. If there's good, there's bad, and it's not good and bad. That's a perception that we have labeled. We've labeled it good and bad. Our egos say if something is good or bad. You know, our heart tells us if something's good or bad, but our ego has a lot to play in it as well, with prejudice and pre-programming and.
But that's where I get confused, because I'll let you say that we must have that dichotomy: good, evil, yin, yang, and in the Bible is a good example of that. But what I would say is that if you were looking at the Bible specifically for that contrast, then the good would, I guess, be what God did and said, or Jesus did and said, and then the bad, I'm assuming, would be what the devil does: Satan, hell, heaven, hell, that whole thing. But then I feel like if you look at it that way, not that you do, I certainly don't, but if everything that God did is moral, is good by definition because God did it, that's where I have to pump my brakes a little bit. You see what I'm saying? Because to me, just because somebody did something, a specific person or deity, doesn't, to me, necessarily make it right. And, Sterling, who are you to question God and whether or not God is moral? Who are you? Well, I'm nobody important. I'm certainly not a God. But I do, just like you said, your perspective is your own. It's yours. It's uniquely yours because of your life. I say that I have my own moral compass. And if I were to be controversial, I would say so does everybody out there. We all have our own moral compass. We do it. Your brain does it without even thinking about it. And what I would say is that if I were even going to be more controversial, I would say that I believe that my moral compass is superior to the God of the Holy Bible, and that's my belief. Oh, Sterling, that's blasphemy! How dare you? You think this? Yeah, my moral compass is mine alone. I don't impose it on anyone, but it's based off of a do no harm principle. So in every decision, in everything I say, everything I do, I should think, is this going to do harm to me first, to people around me second? Let's face it, I'm number one. But and if you hold true to the do no harm principle, you could still make mistakes, but you could look back on it and be like, oh, actually, that did do harm, and I didn't think about it.
But it wasn't intentional.
It wasn't. So it doesn't mean that, then your moral compass is wrong and you can't trust it.
No.
Yeah, you might be right that I can't, but if I hold true and I think about it thoroughly to the do no harm principle, I feel like I can come out with the best decision.
And that's where the teachings of Jesus Christ ring true. That's where the biblical scriptures and the parables and the principles taught by Jesus Christ, that's why they sit so firm with some people and with other people that might not believe in Jesus but do believe in the principles that were taught, because essentially that's all that Jesus said was do no harm, cause no loss or injury, or don't covet another man's. Well, that's the 10 Commandments, isn't it? But it's basically don't intentionally do anything to hurt or harm or cause loss to anybody. Yeah, because everybody here is basically, we're all the same. We're all the same, even though we're 100% unique, totally unique from each other. We're still the same. We all have the same potential. We all contain the same potential. We can all potentially be either good or bad, positive or negative, all depending on the inputs into the building of our character as we're growing up. What builds your character as you're growing up, and the moral compass that was given to you, or the morals that were demonstrated to you that helped to set your moral compass. I feel personally, I feel my moral compass has, over the last 20 years or so, it's taken a knock. I went through a period of my life where I was pretty much morally bankrupt because of what I was doing. I just, but I said to myself, it's only me. It's affecting me. It's decisions I'm making that affect my life, not anybody else's. Deciding to put 5 grams of cocaine up my nose over a period of 3 days, that was my choice. It's my body. It's my life. The actions that I took didn't affect anybody else. So was it morally wrong for me to do that? It would be morally wrong for me to do it and encourage other people to do it. And to, hey, come on there, let's go and buy a shitload of cocaine and get absolutely off our faces and sit and watch porn all night. That would be morally bankrupt to do that. But to do that on my own and take myself away from everybody else, isolate myself to do that, is that morally bankrupt?
Well, what I would say, and that's a great question. The short answer to me might be no. It might surprise you. It might be no, because I would revert back to my moral compass that says, does doing 5 grams of coke do harm? Which then it gets a little tricky, because you can potentially overdose fatally off of cocaine. It's not very often, certainly not nearly as often as opioids or opiates, but occasionally it does happen, typically to obese people. But does it do harm? And then watching the porn is a separate. Does that do harm? If the answer is no, then I would say you're on solid moral ground because you haven't harmed anyone. But there's also a cost of, if I do something, 5 grams of cocaine and watching porn for hours and hours, days and days, then what am I not doing? I'm taking attention away from my dog, who needs a lot of exercise. And so therefore that is a form of harm. So therefore I would say it might not be morally right if I'm going to be hungover for 48 hours. You know what I mean? Because that does harm to my dog. But what I wouldn't say is that, oh, well, God says that you shouldn't drink, so therefore I'm not going to do it because it's morally wrong, because God said it. Because there's certain things, I'm sure, in the Bible that me, you, anyone else, we could pick out, Old Testament or New, that are horrific, that we wouldn't agree with, that we take moral objection to. At least I hope we would. And so by doing that, by taking moral objection to something that God commanded, instructed, suggested, means that you and everyone else, and I don't mean to be you specific, are capable of setting your own moral compass and tapping into it. Because if anyone says that I get my moral compass from a book or a religion or a guide, I think that's false, because I could find an example where you and God's morality disagree and butt heads. And then
I could give you an example right now. Jacob, and is it Jacob? Is he the Jacob or Isaac? I think it's Jacob. God saying to him, "You're going to carry your firstborn son up to the top of the mountain. I want you to sacrifice him to me. I want you to sacrifice your boy to me." And then, just as he goes ahead faithfully, he takes his son and he's going to sacrifice him, and at the last minute, God says, "No, that's all right. It's all right. You don't have to do that. I just wanted to see that you were going to. I just wanted to see how strong your faith was in me." And this goes back again to what we were saying and what you were saying. Well, if what he has to say is so important and he wants all of us to get it, why is he only going to one man? When God knows the deception of man. God knows that we are flawed, that we lie and we cheat and we steal and we manipulate and we do all these things because our egos push us to do it. Our ego causes us to do that. And if if that's possible, expecting everyone else to just trust one or two men with such an important message, that to me it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. If the message is that important and you want everybody to bloody learn it and know it, why not talk to more than one person? You don't have to talk to everybody, but in a population of 3 million people, perhaps it would be good to take 100,000 of them and give them all exactly the same message, so they can all come together and agree. Hey, did you what last night? Yeah, did he? God came down and yeah, he came down to me as well. Was he what? He's wearing it, yeah, and he had the halo. And what did he say to you? Yeah, he said that to me as well. That's exactly what he said to me. Then it might actually carry some weight and it might do something. But oh no, is this meant to be a test? Oh no, this is meant to be a test. This is all about faith. I just have to believe. I just have to believe this man and have faith, because he says that God said that that's what I should do. God didn't come and tell me that himself. God didn't come down to me and say, hey, listen, mate, over the next couple of months, this person's going to jump and come into your life and they're going to tell you this crazy story, but you need to listen to him because I have spoken to this man and you need to listen to him. You know, none of that. There's none of that. It's all come, every single scripture, every single book, every single gospel, every single thing that's ever been written by anyone is exactly that. It's been written by one man or woman, which means it's come through the filter of their own ego. Their ego has filtered out everything that they think that God has said to them. The only way that they've come to understand what they understand is because their ego has been involved. And in imparting that knowledge to everybody else, they're doing it through their ego. The only way any one of us can speak is through our ego. The spirit cannot speak to you. The soul cannot speak to anybody because it has no control over the human body. The human body is run by the operating system that is the ego that grows over the first 10 years of your life. That's when your ego is being constructed, basically it's being molded and shaped, and then more so obviously over the next 10-20 years of your life. But children become most interesting when their ego starts to develop. Children are most interesting around 2 or 3 years old, when the first signs of their personality starts to come through. What is personality? It's ego. At the end of the day, that's all it is. It's ego or ego or ID, you know? So always have there's say let's say, I don't believe that there are, but let's say there's 8 billion people on the earth. That's 8 billion different perceptions, 8 billion different filters, you know? And expecting the rest of us to all go along with the story that's come out of one ego is unrealistic. It's, you know?
What you said is, at least 100,000 out of the 3 million, like, show them, and then I would believe it. But I would say, hey, look, it's no hard, nothing's difficult for God, an omnipotent God, an omnipotent God, however you want to pronounce it. And if he can show one, he can show 100,000, he could show all 3 million. Go ahead and just do all 3 million. Don't expect me to take the word of somebody else when I wasn't there. And then what I would say is that, but like you said it's, but maybe it's a test of faith, yeah? And God can't exactly just show you, because then you wouldn't be using faith, you wouldn't be walking out on that limb. To which I would say, what about Satan? Satan was a fallen angel, yeah, he was an angel. He knew God's power. God revealed himself to Satan. Satan didn't have a doubt in his mind about God's power and ability. So he was exposed to God. God was exposed himself to Satan. But yet, Satan still had the free will to turn his back and move the fuck out and get his own apartment. So to me,
go on.
So to me, if Satan was worth that, if I think it was Elijah on the King's Road was worth that, if those people got that, then I'm not getting fair treatment, because God came down on the King's Road. He lit that wet wood on fire. So and so saw the burning bush. Somebody else dropped the staff and turned into a snake. Somebody else saw an angel. Like how come I can't get that?
Yep.
Because then you wouldn't have a choice. It wouldn't be up to you. But again, I go back to Satan, because it was revealed to Satan, and Satan still had a choice, and he chose the other way.
That story, the Christian version of that story, it's got a huge fucking hole in it that nobody addresses. Absolutely fucking huge hole. God's angels don't have free will.
Go on.
God's angels don't have free will. They are made. They have to serve God, and they have no choice in it, right? And the whole point of this is where it bleeds into Islamic. So in Islamic faith, Iblis, who was their version of Lucifer, Iblis was a jinn, and the jinn have free will. The jinn had free will. So when Allah said to Iblis, you will worship man, this creation that I've just brought forth and made out of clay, you are to bow to him. You are to bow down before him, right? And Iblis and all the jinn had free will. And Iblis, up until that point, through his own free will, had worshipped God and done everything that God commanded, was a faithful, true follower and servant of God, up until God created man out of clay. And then Iblis said, hang on a second, whoa. You made me first, and I was made out of smokeless fire. This piece of shit you've made out of the dirt and the clay, and it's inferior to me, and you want me to bow down to it. And that was the argument between Iblis and Allah, and that's why the division was created between then. So in Islam, the jinn have free will. I don't think the angels had free will, but the jinn had free will. Is it that I'm not sure now? I'm thinking about it. I'm not sure. Is it the same in Christianity? The angels don't have free will, but the demons do. But they didn't become demons until they chose to go against God and join Satan. So up until that point, they were angels, which meant they didn't have free will. So how did they choose to go against God?
Better yet, how did Satan choose it? Free will.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
If I'm not mistaken, the text says that he rebelled. He rebelled against God.
Right.
So you can't rebel unless it was your own doings. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yep.
Maybe in one faith, one religion, they have a different belief. But my understanding is that God was revealed to Satan, and Satan saw exactly how powerful he was and said, "Fuck it, I'm out. Don't care. I'm out of here."
Well, not just that. Said, "Hey, I can do better. I'm better than you. I've got a better idea about this. I can run this thing better than you can. I'm going to take 1/3 of your army, and in X amount of time, we're going to have a big war. Even though I know that you are the all-powerful creator that created everything, including me, but I'm still going to go out against you," kind of thing. For me, the whole story is it's about us. It's not about angels and demons. It's about us. It's about our own free will and about our own inner standing of the reality is that each one of us has the potential to be an angel or to be a demon. Each one of us, right? I could go out tomorrow and start stealing and hurting people and become a devil. I could become, I've got a really, really dark side, really fucking dark. And one of the things in this journey that I've been on over the last 20 years is talking about understanding the shadow self, becoming friends with the shadow part of myself, because you can't get rid of it. You can't get rid of that part of yourself. You can suppress it and oppress it and try to hide it, but it'll always be there. There's nothing you can do about it. It will always be there. It's the side of you that is vindictive and spiteful and jealous and and gets angry and wants to. It's the side of me that when I see Justin Trudeau and he opens his mouth and words start coming out of it, I'd love for somebody to take a sawn-off shotgun and put it up against his head, I'd love for somebody to do something like that. And, with the flowers, just a sawn-off flower gun that blasts flowers into his face. That.
Okay, good.
So that's, it's like the dark side of me wants to punish these people. The dark side of me, even though it wants to do it for the right reasons, or what I consider to be the right reasons, these elites and controllers and liars and pathological criminals that are running the show and lying through their teeth the whole time they're doing it, manipulating and abusing us. The dark side of me, for all the right reasons, wants to go and inflict hell upon these people. Wants hell to be visited upon these people. Well, that's not very Christian, is it? But that's part of me. There's another part of me that says, man, they've lived their entire lives like this. They were brought up into it. I am the way I am because of the way I was brought up. Well, they were brought up into a completely different paradigm. They were brought up to be the way they are. So how much can we hold them responsible when their entire life has been a blueprint, has been lived according to a blueprint handed down for generations?
That's a good point. That's a good question. But people can change. I mean, I was brought up on, my moral compass was from the Bible, from God, from Jesus. I believe He resurrected, the hook, line, and sinker. I believe all of it. And I totally transformed all of that.
Yeah.
So just and I guess where we're different is, and this is interesting to me. I was having this conversation with my buddy the other day. He wished death on someone, and it occurred to me. I was like, I don't wish death on anyone. I don't want to hurt anyone. What I want is to crush that wheel that they all revolve around. I want to crush it, and I want them to be exposed. Because if I'm afraid that if I take matters into my own hands and skip the system, bypass the system, they'll be a martyr. Because certainly we can expose these people for the frauds and the corrupt people that they are, as opposed to taking the easy way out and not airing their dirty laundry. Their dirty laundry deserves to be exposed. And if we just if these people just disappear, then I feel like that's too easy for them. They need to be around. They need to wallow in the mire, and they need
humiliation.
They need to face it and own it, and put their nose right in it, and get all those cameras right on them from different angles, and let's watch them squirm like the little worms that they are, as opposed to putting them out of their misery. No, they don't deserve that. They don't deserve that.
I totally agree. I totally agree with that. And that's where, I talk about the different aspects or facets of my personality. So in the same moment that I could wish to visit physical pain and ultimately death upon somebody for their disgusting behavior, at the same time, there's another part of me saying, no. That's far too easy, man. That's far too easy. What they need is to be humiliated. They need to be exposed in front of everybody. What they've been doing, everything. It needs to be broadcast to everybody, and they need to be basically put in the stocks. They need to be put in the stocks up on a stage where everybody can chuck rotten tomatoes and you know, whatever at them. And they need to pay for what they've done. And then another voice, it's not a voice, it's a thought. Another thought says, maybe they're just actors. Maybe that they're there purely so that you don't have to be there. Maybe they're playing that part as a demonstration to the rest of us so that we don't play that. We don't have to play that part. It's like, yeah, these psychopathic, narcissistic, evil, criminal, horrible people, they exist so that we don't have to occupy that role because it is a role that has to be played out in order for our consciousness to evolve, in order for us to find
devil's advocate, maybe those people who are in power in the dirty weasels that we're talking about are there because they want to inspire people like me and you to get off our ass and do something about it and make a change, as opposed to just letting it go on and on and on.
And maybe that's why it's getting exponentially worse. You know, over the last 2 years, it has just exponentially got worse and worse. And it's like, seriously? They're seriously, they're doing this now? Whoa. Like, if they'd done it 20 years ago, it wouldn't have had the same effect as it's having right now. And maybe that the only reason that's happening, the only reason that Justin Trudeau is standing there and barefaced lying to everybody, talking out of both sides of his mouth at the same time, saying two completely different things with a straight face. And it is to inspire men and women like you and me to stand up and say, no, I've had enough. I've had enough of this. This has to stop. And so therefore, ultimately, what they're doing could be with the best of intentions. It could, you know, the ultimate result will be that it wakes a shitload of people up and takes them out of their slumber. So yeah, I agree. I agree with you. We even when you set out to disagree with me, man, we end up agreeing.
I know. I thought we were going to be controversial here. How you doing on time? Do you need to get out here?
Dude, listen. In all honesty, we're coming up to 4 hours, and I've only got about 5 or 6 hours left on my free StreamYard. Okay. So I'm gonna I want to close it down before 4 hours. Okay. And I've got to take the dogs out for a walk and get refreshments. It's like 6:30. So yeah, and we can keep going for another, you know, 5 or 10 minutes. But
you were breaking up a little bit right there. Honestly, though, I feel like it might be a good place to stop. I think I've said everything that was on my mind. Unless you do, I'll give you the final word, final thought.
Final thought from me is that what I've come to realize, because of the amount of importance that's been put into manipulating and steering and guiding our perception, what I've taken from that is that my perception is one of the most important things that exists on this earth. Our perception is the most important thing that we can have control of, because perception, right, that's how your reality plays out, according to your perception, according to how you're perceiving what's happening to you. So if somebody can come in and change your perception without your consent and without your knowledge, that's extremely dangerous. And they've put everything into controlling our perception. Therefore, why is my perception so important? If it's that important that they've spent my entire life trying to manipulate it. Well, therefore, it's obviously it carries some weight. How I perceive things, the way I put it is, your perception is your key to your reality. And at the moment, they've got the keys. Not to my perception, although they can still jimmy it a little bit. But most people out there, most people have handed over their perception and the keys to their perception over to Hollywood and the news, mainstream media, education system. It's been given to other people to control how we perceive things. And that just says to me that my perception is the most valuable thing on this earth. That's why they work so hard to collect it, to control it.
I'm tempted to bite on that and chew it up, but I said I would give you the last word, and I think that was really good. So yeah, I'm gonna let it end right there. I appreciate you, Richie.
Well, dude, give us your final thoughts before we
Final
go.
thoughts would be that if I was going to push back on it, I would say that truth is the most valuable to me, not my perception, because I don't trust my own perception. I could perceive something. I could perceive that I heard a ghost in the dark, but really I didn't. So I don't trust my own perception. What I think is more valuable than mine is the truth and reality. And the way I define reality is that there is only one true reality. And the truth is how well we conform what we believe to that true reality. And you can have your own reality, and I can have my own reality. But at the end of the day, we must agree that there is only one true reality. And that's what I'm striving for. That's what I think is the most valuable, because I don't want to believe something based off of my own perception if my perception was misleading. I want to believe it because it's true.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, I agree, man. I agree. I was going to say something else, but it's just leapt out of my head as soon as I was going to say it.
It's late, mate. We've been training 4 hours. I get it.
No, that's all right. So yeah, dude, I want to do this again. We can expand even more on this another time if you're.
Do you get
if you're about?
You have another set of hours for your other channel, or is all linked to like the one set of hours on the StreamYard?
No, it's all linked to this. I can open up a new one. I can create a new one. It just means that I won't have any of my videos or anything all loaded into it, because we paid for StreamYard for a while, and so it meant I was able to upload, my little videos and stuff.
Yeah.
But now I'm not paying for it, so I can't upload anything. But the next time I go live on StreamYard, it will be an epic stream again, because they don't cut the stream when you reach your 20 hours. They don't cut the stream. So I only had like an hour left last time, but I went on for 7 or 8 hours, and so it meant that instead of getting 20 hours free, I got 27 hours free, and I want to try and do the same thing again this month. So the next time I go live on StreamYard, it will be a marathon stream.
Yeah, leave it running. Leave it running. Yeah. See how long you can get on one stream.
Yeah, a couple of days. Like, keep it going for a couple of days.
Why not? Why not? Leave it going. But thank you, Richie. I appreciate you, man. I'm really trying hard to dislike you. I'm going to work on it even harder next time. I want to come back, and I want you to get angry. I want you to tell me I'm full of bollocks. And
that won't happen, dude.
But it hasn't happened
yet.
Won't
happen. It won't happen. But I'm sure you'll manage to find something about me that pisses you off. Everybody finds something about me that pisses them off. A lot of the time it's just my character, my personality. But here's hoping, man.
Yeah, we'll have an epic stream to get to the bottom of it. I hope to see you. Everybody, like and subscribe, hit the thumbs up, and send a super chat, send a PayPal if you can. Cheers, Richie.
Thank you very much, Sterling. You're an awesome guy, man.
Cheers,
I'm
man.
really glad to have met you. Thank you very much for coming.
The pleasure's mine. Have a good night.
All right, buddy. Take it easy. Right, ladies and gentlemen, Sterling, another awesome chat with Sterling. I really enjoy my conversations with him. Seems like a really top guy. Yeah, I'm going to wrap it up before 4 hours. So shout out to the chat room. Barb, hey, how you doing? Voynich, Martin Haley, Just JP, Underground, Sail Away, Brian Evans, Voynich, I said Voynich, All Uncle, Nathan, who are we? All of you guys, thank you very much. I will be back later, probably with some more tales from Gurdjieff, either Gurdjieff or the Children of the Sun, one or the other. But it's going to be, I don't know when I'm going to do another thing on StreamYard. So anyway, thank you very much. Love you loads. And remember, never forget.
The higher you build your barriers, the taller I become. The farther you take my rights away, the faster I will run. You can deny me, you can decide to turn your face away. No matter, 'cause there's something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, though you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone. Oh no, something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong. The more you refuse to hear my voice, the louder I will sing. You hide behind walls of Jericho, our lies will come tumbling. Deny my place in time, you squander wealth that's mine. My light will shine so brightly it will blind you, 'cause there's something inside so strong, so strong. I know that I can make it, though you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone. Oh no, something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong. Brothers and sisters, when they insist we're just not good enough, but we know better. Just look them in the eyes and say, we're gonna do it anyway. Gonna do it anyway. Something inside so strong, and I know that I can make it, though you're doing me wrong, so